You are connected as the host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
That was loud. I got a Popeye's biscuit. What's up? And I just slammed that biscuit with no water. Because all of you who say you can't eat a Popeye's biscuit without water, what are you doing? It ain't even dry. That shit is buttery and moist. What's up, guys? It is Monday. Happy 420. Just blaze. Just blaze. We're doing debates. Ferocity, Rents, and Cynical One. First in Twitch chat today. Babs, thank you for resubscribing. Wistful Alpaca, thank you for resubscribing. Jake Culver, thank you for resubscribing. Hitman Fam, Raging Butterfly, thank y'all for resubscribing. Ice Freak, thank you for resubscribing. Coda, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Twitch really out here blowing up. What's goody, my booties? What's footy, my footies? You're dumb to say the war's unjustified. Call in or shut up. Bro, I don't have the patience for people that want to chat in chat today. Call in or shut up. Truthfully. Yo, you guys want to hear our topics today? Here's our topics today. There are our normal topics. Iran war's unjustified. Trans men and women are men and women. The Christian God is evil. Gender affirming care for minors. MAGA is uneducated. And systemic racism and white privilege are real. Could also talk about, if you want to, we could talk about why capitalism sucks. We could talk about how police and prisons need to be abolished. Honestly, you can call in about any topic, really. I should really just make it, I'm a leftist, debate me on anything. Why are the rude viewers always in YouTube chat? YouTube Shorts is a hell pit. That's why. An absolute hell pit. 219-327-8005. If you want to debate, call in, pick up the phone. 219-327-8005. I want to talk about how AI took my whole last job. It's probably going to take more, unfortunately. The age of the AI takeover is upon us. Also, big shout out, to Winnie for screening today. So if you call in, you'll get hit with a Winnie screen. Let's get some W's, Winnie, in the chat. Shout out to the mods. We got Aki, we got Pillow, we got Yoshi is up in this piece. Call in, boys and girls. All right. Let's see what do you guys think the first topic's going to be on tonight? Elias, thank you for resubscribing. Also, let's make sure we're getting some hit that membership on YouTube, guys. This Saturday is book club. Can we get a poll in the chats, in both chats, and see who's coming to book club this Saturday? This is the book that we've been reading. Well, I mean, I've read it like 3 times, so I didn't need to reread it. Stamped from the Beginning, The Definitive History of Racist Ideas in America. We're going to first watch the documentary. So that's this Saturday. We're going to first watch the documentary. And then we're going to have the discussion about the book and the documentary combined. So even if you haven't read the book, you can come to book club. The documentary treads a lot of the same water that the book does. So if you can still join the discussion. Black voices will be prioritized, obviously, because like, duh. But join book club if you're an avid reader. Probably Pillow brought it up to me, but probably after this we'll read the Jakarta Method. Just because I do think it's probably good for us to move to that one after. So join book club. It's this Saturday. What time? Can Amon remind me what time book club is? I think it's 5 p.m. Eastern. I don't remember. Also, if you want to support the show, guys, Cash App and Venmo are on the screen. It does cost money to keep these call-in lines open. I pay per minute to keep these lines open, and I pay more if more people are calling in. So if you want to support the stream, Cash App and Venmo are the best way to do so. You can also subscribe. You can send a super chat. Super chats do get read out on YouTube. So if you're trying to send a super chat, send that super chat, boobies. Thank you if you're sending like jewels. I know that those are like the TikTok coins. You don't need to, but if you're doing that on YouTube, also thank you guys. Remember to just don't be debating in the chat, guys. Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern is book club. Did anybody pop a poll to see who was coming to book club? Whatever. Either you'll be there or you won't be. Right. Either people will be there or they won't be there. When can I watch you play the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game I do? I'm actually really bad at it. I'm better at the Simpsons one. I'm actually pretty bad at the Ninja Turtles one, and I don't get it because they're essentially the same game. Has anybody found the hidden treasure in Minecraft yet? In our Minecraft server, available to tier 3 members and tier 2 subs, I've hidden a secret treasure chest that has a free piece of Jovan merch, code for a free piece of Jovan merch available almost anywhere in the world. So if you haven't found it, it's still on the loose. If no one finds it, I may do a scavenger hunt and give y'all clues. So think about that. Only people that have called in so far today have hung up. You know why? Because chickens. Chickens, guys. Chickens. Ugh. What book is this month's book club? Stamped from the Beginning, Definitive History of Racist Ideas in America. Next month, we're going to do the Jakarta method. Probably in like 2 weeks. I'll probably give like a 2 to 3. Jakarta method is a very quick read. Like boom, boom, boom. Hella fast. Boy! I'm only 2 chapters into Stamped right now. I gotta lock in. Lock the fuck in, baby. We got some calls coming in. They gotta get screened. It's been great to see you wreck so many people on the line lately. Some real dummies think you are going to just let them slide for some reason. Yeah, I actually go a bit harder when I'm on the line than I do when I'm here. TBH. Okay, so we didn't run a poll on YouTube. You ran a prediction, which is funny. When's Force 8-hour stream start? Couldn't tell you. I should probably know that, but TBH, if I'm not live with the line, don't ask me line questions because I probably don't know. Well, fuck Jimmy, but also fuck Jimmy, am I right? Yes. Sorry, I opened TikTok and it started talking to me. You're on here every day. If you make enough to support yourself, good for you. What plans do you have for the future? I don't. Shotgun. That's my plan for the future. Yeah, I think I talked to John Steele before, and all it was sophistry. Like, he just engages in sophistry, right? Because I think his topic was about Christianity. And so as I always do, I say there's no compelling evidence for Christianity's truth claims. And it became an hour long or a 40-minute conversation about, well, what does evidence mean? Which is just like, that's just sophistry. It's just debate bro tactics. It's so fucking stupid. One of the, like, some guy he had on there was like, what does external mean? I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean? What does external mean? So it's just pure sophistry for no fucking reason. And the reason was because they don't have any evidence, so they didn't want to talk about the actual conversation. Oh, you said next month's book club. Oh. I don't know, probably Jakarta Method. I don't support trans. Dylan, good thing nobody gives a fuck about what you support, dog. Publicly owned companies are not socialism, so that would be really stupid to say. So yeah, I don't like debates that turn into like pure sophistry. I think it's okay to ask for clarifiers, right? But when you're asking them like, well, what is evidence? Like, you know, I don't know what we're doing here. Like, you're just doing it this way because you don't want to have the actual conversation. I'm so much more interested in the actual conversation of these things than I think most of these people are. Because I'm not just going to ask you, what does blank mean? Like, there are some times where I'll try to get clarifications, but that'll usually happen if in the middle of a conversation, I realize that me and somebody are kind of not talking about the same thing, even if the words we're using are the same. So I'll go, okay, well, it's clear here that we both mean something different when we're talking about this. So what is it that you mean so that I can understand and we can go from there? If you don't plan on a future, why do you care so much about it then? I'm not the only one who lives here? Is that that wasn't a real question, right? That couldn't have been a real question. Couldn't have been a real question, right? Almost everybody that's called in is hung up. I'm still looking. We have somebody who's calling in for office hours that we will get to, but we'll see if we can get a debater first. Jordan Peterson's, but what do you mean by you? And what do you mean by me? Yeah, no, it's so annoying, dude. That's what I find to mostly happen when I try to debate theists on TikTok, is they want to spend just minutes and minutes and minutes of the call doing sophistry. And it's like, okay, what's the point of this? Like, if we can't get to the meat and potatoes, what is the point of this conversation? It's real simple. You could have just said what your evidence is, and then we could talk about whether or not that evidence is compelling. But they don't want to do that. They don't want to actually have the conversation about the evidence at hand. Because, fun fact, there is none. There's no evidence for Christianity's truth claims. Homie, whether I have money in my savings or not, well, I'm not telling you. All right. I think we're finally getting some calls, hopefully. Every single person that's called in keeps hanging up. My God, cowards. Truly. Truly. I don't know what you guys are talking about in chat. I'm only like partly paying attention to chat. All right, looks like we finally got some calls. So let's see if we can't finally get some conversations happening. All right, coming up to stream is Chris. Chris is calling from Florida to talk about gender-affirming care for minors. Chris, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm 30, and I don't do pronouns. I'd he, him, I think is what it would be.
Okay, so you do pronouns. Okay, no problem.
No, I don't. I'm trying to kind of, I don't know. You're good. My bad.
So you don't, if you don't do pronouns, we won't use pronouns for you, Chris. It's super simple.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I don't personally use pronouns, no.
Okay, so you don't use pronouns. That's totally fine. Just make sure not to use any pronouns for the rest of the conversation, okay?
I'll do my best. You can call me out on it if it happens, though, by all means.
Okay, well, you just did it twice. So be careful.
That's fine.
Here's what we'll do. To make it super easy, because I want it to be the most effortless thing in the world. If you do use a pronoun, right, just to make sure that like everybody's on the up and up, if you do use a pronoun, you'll hear this sound, okay?
Okay. Can I ask a question about pronouns since we're on the phone?
Well, I got to buzz twice because you did use two pronouns in that sentence.
That's fine.
But yes, you can ask a question about pronouns, sure.
Okay, so when you are using a pronoun, is it not addressing a individual instead of a group? Does that make sense?
It does. I do have to buzz you again, though, because you used another pronoun. But yes, pronouns are identifying words that are used in place of proper nouns.
So if I just use your name, that would not be considered a pronoun?
I gotta buzz you two more times real quick.
That's fine. The buzzing doesn't bother me.
No, it's fine. I'm just making sure that you know how many pronouns you're using each time. Oh, and you said me. Yeah, your name is a proper noun. So a name would be a proper noun. A pronoun is in replace of a name so that you don't have to sound like a caveman when you repeat someone's name over and over and over again in conversation.
Oh.
So it's totally cool that you don't use pronouns. I have no problem doing that. It's just you'll hear a buzz whenever you use one. Starting here forward.
I mean, it's been happening, but I got you.
Be careful. All right,
so
Chris.
You is a pronoun?
Yes, you is a pronoun, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that was unknowledgeable. I thought it was he, him, and I know it's going to buzz. He, him, they, them, she, her. I thought it was that.
I won't use it for those, but I will use it when you said I.
Okay. So referring to myself in proper English is considered a pronoun.
Well, pronouns are a part of proper English, yes. They're literally like basic grammar, you know?
Well, I understand that, but when most people explain pronouns, they explain it as he, him, they, them. They don't explain it as the actual English version of a pronoun where I'm at.
He, him, they, them are all English pronouns. There's like 100 pronouns in the English language, and those would all be one of them.
I understand, but I'm speaking in the reference of he, him, they, them, not just the English definition of it.
Sorry, you used a lot there, so I'm just catching up. But Chris, I need you to understand all of those are pronouns, and the way they're used are pronouns. The way that people refer to themselves in either the first or third person are all pronouns.
Yeah, I'm just trying to not make it clear. I want to have an understanding of what I viewed pronouns as.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you now with more knowledge on pronouns, if you do use them, I can stop buzzing because that means we've come to an understanding that you do use pronouns.
I mean, I guess I do use them. I just have never identified with them, if that makes sense.
What do you mean by identified with them? What do you mean by that?
So my understanding is certain people identify as he, him, they. Again, I know I'm going over the same three. I know there's a lot. Those are just the most common ones. I don't refer to myself as a he, them. I refer to myself as I and or Chris.
Well, yeah, because he, him would be how other people refer to you. So when I'm asking you your pronouns, I'm asking in what way do other people refer to you when talking about you?
Not to be funny, but probably asshole. I mean...
Well, asshole's more of an insult than it is a pronoun.
If I can't cuss, I do. If I can't cuss, my bad.
So yeah, so if other people refer when speaking to you, speaking about you, they refer to you as he, him, then when somebody goes like, "Oh, what are your pronouns?" It would be he, him. If someone's going to refer to me in conversation, if they're going to refer to me in either the third person, they're going to refer to me as he, him.
Do you use pronouns for yourself?
Every day.
So my question for you, and this is more the community, I guess, why does it matter how other people refer to you personally?
Why does it matter how other people refer to me? Well, because I get annoyed when people don't refer to me as me and as like myself and as something that I know I am. Like if somebody looked at me and they were like, "Hey, you're a white woman, aren't you?" I would look at them and be like, "What?" Right? Like I prefer that if I'm acting if I'm with somebody, that they show me the respect that is owed me and they refer to me as who I am.
So it's just more of an annoyance than anything?
It's more of an annoyance for me.
When people don't use your correct, that's for you.
Yeah, for me, I would get a little annoyed if somebody's like, I mean, obviously it depends. Like if it's on the internet, I don't give a shit because nothing anybody on the internet says is going to upset me. But if I have like a person I know in my real life, like let's say I'm at a job and I work with somebody who consistently calls me a girl, I'm going to be like, it's a little weird, right? You know that I'm not. Like it just shows that they're blatantly disrespecting you to your face, which I don't really fuck with, like blatant disrespect, you know?
I do understand that, but I feel like in today's culture, that's kind of, they're insinuating trying to get a reaction out of somebody.
I mean, yeah, obviously the only reason you would like outwardly disrespect somebody is to get a reaction out of them. There's no other reason to like outwardly disrespect somebody.
Would give them would give you power, not giving a reaction?
Well, I don't like if it's my personal life and you consistently disrespect me, I'm going to throw hands. Like if I know you personally. Okay. Over the internet, I don't care because like everybody on the internet is anonymous to me. I don't care about these people. In person, if I know somebody, let's say I've had a friend for like 10 years and all of a sudden that friend just starts disrespecting me all the time, I'm going to throw hands.
Okay, I'm just curious. I don't have a lot of surrounding friends that have any real knowledge on any of this.
Yeah. So, like I said, so you do use pronouns now that we know that, and your pronouns would be he, him because you prefer that people refer to you as a man and not as a girl or anything else like that, right?
I mean, in the retrospect of what we're talking about, yeah, but in all honesty, I
There we
could
go.
care less what people call me.
I think a lot of people say this, but it's blatantly not true because I think most people, if somebody that like got up in your face and just started calling you a woman like over and over again, yeah, you would not be happy with that.
I mean, that's your opinion of me, which is perfectly fine, but I don't really care about other people's opinions.
Yeah, no, I think most people actually do, and most people, if they're getting insulted to their face, would be annoyed.
And
I
I
think it's
won't
fine.
argue
I
that
think it's
most
fine to
people.
right now to be like, well, I don't do that, but I have a feeling pretty much anybody, if you insult them to their face over and over again, is going to have an issue.
I mean, that's technically not true. There's plenty of people that could give two shits. I do agree that most people, though I will agree with you that most people probably would not be okay in that situation. Whether it's anger, whether it's sadness, whatever it is, I do agree that majority of people would have a huge issue with somebody disrespecting them blatantly in their face.
Yeah, I think that's just like basic for everybody. But Chris, we can get to the meat and potatoes of the conversation. I believe personally that children do deserve access to gender affirming care. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Well, to be 100% with you, I thought it was gender affirming surgery. And the lady that does your holding had explained to me. In a sense, no, but I will be 100% with you. I'm not as knowledgeable on all the gender affirming care as much as I am just on the surgery itself.
Sure. Even like I can give you information on gender affirming care. Surgeries surgeries are just used for people over 18 typically, unless it's like top surgeries can be available to you when you're 15 and older. But bottom surgery is reserved typically for people 18 and older.
Oh, God.
So yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Oh, he hung up. Anyway. Okay. Fucking, I don't know. I guess I'll name that one the first ever pronoun debate. I don't know. We just talked about pronouns for 10 minutes. Okay. So much fun. Next up, we'll take Miles. We got Miles calling in about topic number 1, the Iran war being unjustified. Miles, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
34. I do not do that pronoun shit.
Okay. Same thing as before. You're going to hear a buzzer every time you use pronouns. If you don't do them, don't use them. Okay?
So if I don't use pronouns, you're going to buzz me?
Whenever you use a pronoun, yes. Just like just now. Oh, you used to just now. Yeah.
I did not use a pronoun.
That was 2. You said I twice. I is a pronoun.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Me.
Why must you feel compelled to force me to use pronouns?
Me.
Why?
I'm not forcing you to do anything. You're using them. You are currently using pronouns when you said that you don't do pronouns. It's fine if you don't use them, just don't use them. I'm going to hold you to the standard you set for yourself.
my standard is reality. I don't use pronouns. It's not
That
my
was
thing.
2.
And what
That was 3.
What you're choosing to do.
Your.
Okay, what you're choosing
Your.
to box me in
Me.
and force me to use a pronoun. If
Me.
I don't use the language that you
I.
is that right?
Do you speak English? Because you're using pronouns while speaking English right now, Miles. I hate to break it to you. You're literally using multiple of them every sentence.
I'm just speaking like a human being.
I'm is a pronoun.
So if
Short
my
for I
pronoun
am.
was faggot, would that be better for you?
My. Well, that wouldn't be a pronoun in the English language. That would be a noun.
Why not? Whoa, why not?
Because that would
It's
be a noun.
my pronoun.
My. Because that would be a noun. Maybe you need to go back to like first grade English and learn grammar. I have a really good old kids series called Schoolhouse Rock that does a really great episode on what pronouns are in proper grammar.
I am an accomplished software engineer, and I make a lot of money. And I do what I do on a daily basis, and I don't need pronouns to. Let's get to the meat of this, which is
let's is a contraction of let us. That's pronoun.
Can we talk about the
we?
One?
Yes, if you yes, I'm just letting you know I'm going to buzz anytime you use a pronoun. Like, don't tell me you don't use them and then just consistently use them. Okay?
I
like
can handle it.
You can okay, that's fine. You? Yeah, no problem. Well, let's talk about the Iran war.
Yes, sir.
Sir. Actually, that's more of an honorific. I'll admit that was a little facetious. Sir is an honorific.
I think it's respectful. Yeah.
It's is a pronoun.
Oh boy, you are so far gone. You are so wrapped up in your ideology. Dude, you are so lost.
You
know they have a word for this. You compel people to do exactly what you want, and that's called not.
You.
Are you not?
You
forcing people to use the language that you want. That's insane, dude. That's nuts.
I'm sorry. Is English? Am I forcing you to speak English right now? Sorry. If you speak something else, go ahead. Is it Cantonese? Do you speak Portuguese? Do you speak
what
Mandarin?
You co-opted.
You?
No. You co-opted.
You?
And you tried to make it into something that you want. You're not. You're out of your mind, dude. What is your channel? Let me look. I was going on YouTube first and I found your channel. Oh, dude, you are so crazy.
are
Jovan Bradley.
That's definitely a way you can pronounce it. Wouldn't be the right way, but I don't expect you to pronounce names right. You don't even know what pronouns are.
I apologize. No, I like to be respectful. What is the correct way to pronounce your name?
It's all right. You can say whatever way you want. It's totally fine. I don't really care.
Oh, so I can say your name whatever the way I want, but I can't say I can't use the English language in a way that's not appropriate to you. Right?
Well, you're not using.
Which is
I hate to break it. Your name. You. I hate to break it to you. English as a language has grammar rules, and you're breaking a bunch of them right now. I don't know if you know that languages have grammar rules. You might not know that.
Instead of insulting me, maybe we can talk about the Iran war.
Me?
Does that sound good to you?
We? You? Yeah, I said we can talk about whatever you want. Just you're gonna get buzzed whenever you use a pronoun.
What is something that you might disagree with?
That the Iran war is justified in any way, shape, or form.
How is it not justified?
Sorry, I just got a little trigger happy because the reason we went to the Iran war, because the reason that we went into war with Iran is because of a threat of nuclear weapons that they did not pose. So therefore, it is unjustified. If we're going to make a claim that they have nuclear weapons, when every assessment, both done by us and international organizations, showed that they had not restarted their nuclear weapons program since the year of our Lord 2006, then yeah, that's unjustified.
So believe it or not, I do agree with you that there's some I do agree with you on some level that maybe they did not have the capabilities to make a nuclear weapon, or they were close to making it, but not as close as we made it seem. But at the end of the day, my opinion on it is I don't want a country that says death to my country to ever even think about having a nuclear weapon. If they want to make an ICBM, if they want to get a bomb to our country, long-range missile, I don't want them to have that.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't get to make that claim because, like, if Iran wants to do it, they are a sovereign. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were talking while I was talking. If Iran is a sovereign nation and they no longer are beholden to our nuclear agreement with them, they legally can do whatever the fuck they want. The only thing that's really stopping them is there's like
we have the JCPOA.
We.
No, not we. Didn't they have the JCPOA?
Yeah, the JCPOA says they can enrich up to 60%, which they did.
And they surpassed that.
No,
let's make an agreement.
They never once enriched past 60%. They never once enriched. I'm going to keep us to holding on facts here. Iran has never enriched past 60%. Again, we did an assessment that shows this. The Atomic Energy Council did an assessment that shows literally every assessment done has shown that they've never enriched past 60%. Therefore, they do not have weapons grade or nuclear grade, like nuclear weapons grade uranium. Therefore, they do not pose a nuclear threat. Therefore, bombing them was unjustified if bombing them was because of nukes.
How much does Iran have to enrich to surpass a civil nuclear program? Do you know?
I don't know what that question is. Well, I don't know what that question is asking. That's a question that isn't asking anything comprehensive. Yes, you is a pronoun. Yes. This is first grade stuff, man.
Supposed to talk if I can't even say the word you.
There you go. It's almost like saying the phrase "I don't do pronouns" is really silly when you use them every 3 words. You got it, Miles. You got there in the end. I'm proud of you. It took 8 minutes, but you got there.
Okay.
See how simple it is to recognize that everybody uses pronouns. They're just a basic way we speak in English.
Look, buddy. I am civil to every. It's a common saying. I'm not being insulting. Hey, bud, how you doing? I'm not trying to look.
Feels like it's.
I live my life. I try to be nice to every single person I meet. I don't have to antagonize them with pronouns every 2 fucking seconds. That's insane,
I'm not okay.
Dude.
So to think that I'm antagonizing you when I'm asking you to hold to a standard you set for yourself.
You're putting a buzzer in my ear every 2 fucking seconds,
which I said I would do, and you said you were okay with. When I said I'm going to do this, I said I'm going to buzz you. You were like, okay, it's on my show, and the rules of my show is if you tell me you don't use pronouns, I'm going to buzz you when you use them.
You know what? You're correct. It's your show. I decided to call in.
Yes, you did.
Sure, that's fine.
Yep.
What I think we should do. This is a big problem in our culture right now.
So many pronouns right now.
We demonize and antagonize so many people every second of every single day when we can't get to the fact that we're all just people. I'm white, you're black, my dad is fucking black, I got a dog, I got a cat, I got people in my life that are Muslim and Iranian. We treat each other all the same way. Why do we
take things I don't give a shit about for 400, Alex?
Why do we have to do it?
What is okay? Again,
this
I am holding you to a standard that you set. If you had not set the standard,
what standard?
You said I don't do pronouns.
I don't.
Yeah, if I said I don't do carbs, if I looked at you and said I don't do carbs while eating a plate full of spaghetti, that'd be a little hypocritical, wouldn't it? So if you're going to say I don't do pronouns, don't use them.
Am I eating a plate of spaghetti right now?
You would be in the analogy. Yes, you would be in the analogy. The spaghetti is the pronouns.
I'm using English. English.
Pronouns are a key. Pronouns are a key part of English, my friend. We use them constantly. There's over 100 of them in our language. They are just replacement for proper nouns. Instead of saying the name of a noun over and over. When were pronouns introduced?
Yes, please.
That's got to be a rage bait question if I've ever heard one.
No. I'm asking you. Look, dude, I'm not the kind of guy.
Sure. I'll give you an answer. I'll give you an easy answer. When was the first time anyone ever spoke English? When was the first time anyone ever spoke English?
So you think that hundreds of years ago, people made the English language and they said, we're going to embed pronouns in the biology of our language. That's what you're saying?
So the English, that's not how language works.
You think that?
No, they were already using them, and then they created the rules of the language around what they were already using.
What language? What language were they speaking when they were already speaking them? What was that language?
It was English.
You said they were already using them.
Yes, you add the name of the language post hoc. So they were already speaking in a common tongue, and then later they developed the word English and the rules for the grammar around how they already spoke.
Okay, I think what we're doing is the same trope that you look at Michael Knowles, you look at Destiny, you look at Hassan, Asmongold, they do the same thing where we get caught up in the details. What I'd love to do, instead of going off on a side
caught up in the details,
is talk about.
There's no caught up in the details here. Again, all I want is if you make a statement that you specifically don't do pronouns, I want you to stick by that. Otherwise, I'll just have chat call you whatever pronouns they want. And they'll just refer to you as a she, her the whole time. They'll say, this is Miles. She called into the show today. She didn't really have much to say and hasn't proven Iran has nukes, but...
Forced pronouns. Okay. Sounds about right with your party. Okay, so instead of going off on a...
What's my party?
Off on a side quest.
What's my party?
If I have to take it at face value, you're probably a liberal or a Democrat?
Definitely not a liberal. That's for sure.
Okay, so a Democrat?
I mean, in name only, because I want to vote in their primaries. I was registered Republican at one point too.
Well, maybe
so I could vote. So I could vote in their primaries.
Maybe you have traditional Democrat values that are not reflected in today's party.
Traditional Democrat values, like what?
A traditional Democrat would be like the 80s. In the 80s, they would be a modern day Republican.
Sure, I'm asking what the values are.
Free healthcare for all. They're the man of the people. Abortion for everybody.
Free healthcare for all is a traditional Democrat value?
No, okay, you got me there. It's not a traditional Democrat value. It's a today's Democrat value. What I'm saying,
most of the
I'm trying to be nice to you, dude. You seem like a nice guy. It sounds like maybe you're a little radical when it comes to the Democratic values.
Radical based on what?
You're fucking buzzing me every single time I say a pronoun you don't like.
Is it radical to correct somebody? That's radical. It's radical when you tell me you don't use pronouns. It's radical to hit you with a buzzer to tell you that that word was a pronoun.
I think it would be nice in our society if I can have a conversation with you, and every 2 seconds you don't buzz me based off a word I said that.
Oh, there's a really easy way to do that. Then just tell me what your pronouns are, and then bada bing, bada boom, the buzzing stops because you engaged in the rules of the show.
Here's the deal. Correct. I agreed to the rules of the show, but I don't have pronouns. Wouldn't it be nice of you to say, okay, I understand you don't have pronouns. I'm not going to buzz you every 2 seconds. We're all good. We can have a nice conversation.
You keep saying I don't have pronouns. Nice, right? Do you not find it weird, like, to say I don't have pronouns when I is a pronoun?
What? Let me ask you a question. What do you think?
No, you don't find that weird? What do I think you are? A little annoying, but
correct. I'm sure. I'm very annoying. I understand that. What do you think I am, though, as a human being? I stand here. What do I look like?
A white man with a black dad and a dog and a cat?
Good memory. Yeah, I am a white man with a black dad with a dog and a cat.
What question are you asking me? You're asking me what gender I think you are? Fucking no clue. You tell me.
Sure. How about that?
I don't make assumptions. No fucking clue.
If you
go ahead. If I had to assume?
Yes,
I'd assume you're a they, them.
Why?
I'd assume you're non-binary.
Why?
I assume everyone's non-binary unless they tell me otherwise.
But do you see how off the rails this gets? There's people that
What's off the rails?
That are losing out.
You told me to assume. So this is my assumption. I told you I don't like to assume. You forced me to assume, and now here we are.
I didn't force you. I asked you. If you said no, I'd say okay.
Yes, I said I don't assume, and you said, oh, come on, everybody assumes. What would you assume? And so I assumed, and I assume you're non-binary.
You
they, them.
No,
they, them, theirs.
Like I am saying I don't have pronouns.
Except you keep using pronouns to tell me you don't have pronouns. No. Do you not notice a contradiction in using pronouns to tell me you don't have pronouns?
There's no contradictions. I'm not going to badger you every 2 seconds.
I'm sorry. I just want to get this. You're telling me with your whole chest that there is no contradiction in using a pronoun to tell me that you don't use pronouns.
There's no contradiction there, dude.
So would there be a contradiction if I held up my cell phone, made a phone call, and said, well, I don't use cell phones? Would there be a contradiction here?
Correct. That's a physical thing.
So then would there be a contradiction if you're using something you tell me you don't use? Like a pronoun?
The thing that you're using, you're making up in your head. How can
language?
Automatically.
Language? I made language up in my head? The thing you're using is language, friend. The English language has rules of engagement, friend.
The thing
it's called grammar. What do you think grammar is? What do you think grammar is? Like if I say the word grammar, what do you think that means?
The thing that you're using, you're abusing.
Shit, you don't know what grammar means? You don't know what grammar means, do you? Shit. My bad, dog. I thought everybody just like understood what grammar was.
So your whole show is basically get people on the line and shit on them.
No, here's what I want you to do. When this call is done, go listen to almost any other call I post, and what you'll find is people just tell me their pronouns within the first 5 seconds, and the rest of the call is the actual conversation. You played stupid games, so you won stupid prizes. Like, I hate to break it to you.
I called you to have an actual conversation about the Iran war, and every single sentence that is spoken on both sides, not just you, me as well. Let's talk about the Iran war.
Iran?
Yes, please.
Iran. Sure. What about it?
Why do you think it's not justified?
I literally told you. Did you forget already?
I did.
Oh, well,
I work a 40-hour-a-week fucking job, and I have 3 kids, and I do a lot of shit.
Aches. You can't remember a conversation you had less than 10 minutes ago? That's fine. I'll tell you again. Iran has no nukes. Iran has no nukes. They are not building nukes. They have not restarted their nuclear weapons program. Therefore, attacking them.
60%.
Nope, they've not enriched past 60%. That is a bold-faced lie. Incorrect.
Okay. Based off of Al Jazeera, they have done that.
Nope.
100.
No, they have not.
They started in 2021. They accelerated in 2024, and the stockpile grew. Done.
It's okay to be incorrect. I hate to break it to you. It's okay to be incorrect.
Okay, let's make this real easy for you. Do you use Google or AI?
I use Google, but for this specific topic, I use the threat assessment.
Go to Google.
Sure.
And say, has Iran enriched past 60%? Let's do this right now live.
Okay.
So we can show the audience what a
has Iran enriched past 60%?
Yes, please.
Before last June's attack, Iran had 441 kilograms of 60% highly enriched uranium. So no, they had 60%. Damn, that's crazy.
Did you Google it?
That's crazy. Sure did. They had 60%, like I said they did. That's crazy.
What did you type?
Woo! Exactly what you said. as Iran enriched past 60%. Damn, isn't it crazy?
So you're number
isn't
one.
Isn't it crazy that you got proven wrong? That's crazy. You know, here's another. It's a report from the Arms Control Coalition. Here's a report from the Arms Control Coalition, which says Iran only enriched up to 60%. Oh shit, here's the United States National Threat Assessment, which says Iran has not enriched past 60%. That's crazy. Oh shit. Here's the Atomic Energy Council. Here's the Atomic Energy Council, who said Iran has not enriched past 60%. What's your source?
Years ago, built up on a
Sorry, what's your source? Sorry, what is your source?
As a dater.
Is what? It's what?
Al Jazeera.
Okay, Al Jazeera. So Al Jazeera, what's the article called? What's the name of the article? And it better not be an opinion piece.
Why are the U.S., Iran arguing over duration of uranium enrichment ban? Google that right now.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Surpassed. Again, why are the U.S.,
take a look.
Iran arguing over duration of uranium
in your own article, dude, you are a fucking idiot. Currently, this is your article, by the way. This is what your article says. You ready to hear this? Currently, Iran is believed to have 970 pounds of uranium enriched to, get ready, folks, 60%. You just read the AI overview, didn't you? You didn't click on the actual article, did you, Miles? You didn't click on the actual article, did you?
I clicked on the actual article.
You sure didn't. Should I read this sentence from the article again?
Go to the fucking bottom, retard.
I can read it again. I'm going to tell you, if you slur again, you will be removed from the show, so you've been warned. I don't care that you slur, but YouTube does. It's absolutely a slur. I know you probably won't know it because you don't know grammar.
I understand.
I'll read it one more time. Currently, Iran is believed to have 970 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%. I read it again. I read it a second time. Crazy. Who would have guessed? Wild.
So, enrichment up to 60%, past that or not?
Nope, not past that or not. They're legally allowed to enrich up to 60%.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Who said that?
JCPOA. The JCPOA allows them to enrich past 60%. Or up to 60%.
How much uranium does it take to develop a nuclear program? Nuclear program,
for nuclear weapons, it's 90%.
No.
I don't care. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about literally anything. They could enrich to 85%, and I don't care because they don't have a nuclear weapons program. So if the stated reason hold on, I'm going to finish this, Miles. I'm going to finish this real quick. The stated reason for attacking Iran is to stop them from building nukes, which they were not doing, therefore unjustified. Just like if I punched you in the face because you were stroking it in the middle of a movie theater, but you weren't actually stroking it in the middle of a movie theater, that would be unjustified.
Didn't that change into a regime change? I thought that
there hasn't been a regime change. There hasn't been a regime change. There literally has not been a regime change. We replaced Khamenei with his son, who is far more radical than Khamenei is. There's been no regime change. The regime is the Ayatollah is still in charge. What do you mean?
I'm not saying you're wrong there. I do think initially their engagement into Iran, the initial bombings, were kind of smoke and mirrors.
Then they were unjustified.
Now they're talking.
Great. So you agree?
Now they're talking. No, I don't think it's unjustified.
You think that lying about why you attack a country is not unjustified? Making up things to attack a country is so. If I made up that you had like a bunch of guns in your house and I ran in and just unloaded, right? That would be justified to you?
No, that's not the same thing.
Oh, okay. That is exactly the same thing. We lied about Iran having weapons,
may I ask you,
so we could bomb them.
May I ask you where you lived? And I'm not asking your address, but what state do you live in by chance?
I live in a state of dank as fuck.
Do you live in the U.S.?
Sure. For sake of the argument.
Why don't you move to Iran?
Why would I?
I'm a very successful young
What does that have to do? What does Miles, what does this have to do with the debate? It seems like now you don't have anything to say, so you move to a point that has no substance. Why don't I move to Iran? Why don't I move to Japan? Why don't I move to Switzerland? Why don't I move to Norway? What does that have to do with whether or not the U.S. attacking Iran is justified or not? It has nothing to do with it.
How about you move to a country that you don't shit on every day? You're backing Islamic terrorists. You're doing nothing good for this country. I can tell by on this call, within 20 seconds, you buzzed me 30 times saying you're using the wrong term. You look at that right there. You're an antagonist, dude. What's wrong?
Miles, Miles, you've lost the debate, and now you're fucking talking about nothing. All you're doing now is ad homing, which is just like boring. How about you handle the actual argument, which is there is no evidence that you can provide me that Iran was building nukes. Yes, it's not a debate. Yes, a debate typically consists of someone making an argument and grounding that argument in some type of logic. You did not do that. You grounded your argument in nada. In an article, you grounded your argument in an article you didn't read, Miles. That's embarrassing. You know what I do before I pop an article? Do you know what I do? I think that those people in Iran aren't very happy anymore now that their schools have been bombed. Now that we've bombed civilian infrastructure like oil refineries and gas tankers. Oh my God, social media! Wow. Holy shit, I didn't know
That's
Twitter was my
everything you're
source
thinking
today.
is awesome.
Miles, I hope you have
You're
a good
basing
rest of
this entire
your day,
conversation
because
off
this
of
was
that.
boring as fuck. See ya. God damn. So sorry. Social media? You're right. I should have looked at that instead of the 140 dead schoolgirls. That's you're right. Definitely a better source. Social media. God damn, people. We got a few people who wanted that to end. Anyway, I sure hope the next person that calls in has an actual point, because Miles sure didn't. Let's take the next call. Hopefully, the next one is fuego. You know, muy fuego. I can't believe how many of these clowns just refuse to answer a question. Hilarious. Let me do our shout outs first. I whoa. I'm seeing the super chats. I'm pulling the super chats into the queue so I can read them later. But thank you for the super chats, everybody. I promise that I'll read those ones later. Again, Max, thank you for the Venmo. Said for dealing with bigots who think they're smart. True. Sean, thank you for the PayPal to boot the guest. And then, who was that? Kadiers, thank you for the super chat to boot the guest. Let's take the next call. Coming up next, we have Dixon. Dixon is calling to talk about gender affirming care for minors. Dixon, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Sure thing. I'm 22, he, him, from Florida. How are you?
I'm chilling, Dixon. I'm chilling. All right, Dixon, I believe minors should have access to gender affirming care. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Sure thing. And I just want to preface before I say anything else, just to like give you some background, bro. I'm going to be honest. I randomly came across your stream on YouTube. I'm not MAGA, like in the fucking slightest. I hate MAGA. But I just wanted to call because this is one of the things that I'm like super into. Is that okay?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're not MAGA. If you disagree, you disagree.
Okay. All right, cool. So personally, I disagree just because I believe that while in high school, I did have a fair amount of friends and I was involved like in those groups that I had a lot of trans friends. Of course, I believe in trans care. That's not a question of if people should be allowed to receive gender affirming care. I just simply believe that instead of it being a thing that minors should have access to, just because it can have a lot of questions in terms of, I suppose, liability, potential regrets later on, that it should be just something that they have to think about for a little while, potentially if they need to, if it seems like a medical emergency, whether there be later on, let's say, laws later on that are established to protect them, that they should wait until they're at least 18 years old to receive that care.
All right,
what are your opinions?
Dixon, just really quick, just so that we can understand a few things here. Do you know what the regret rate is for gender affirming medical care?
I don't believe it's very high.
Yeah, it's about 1 to 3%.
Okay, damn, I didn't know it was that low, to be honest with you.
So if part of your reason for disagreeing with gender affirming care is that people might regret it, we know that they don't. So it wouldn't really hold up.
Okay.
We know that most people like the care and that the care has positive outcomes. I don't know what you mean when you say liability. Like, could there be side effects from the care? Sure.
I think
there's side effects for every medical care. So I'm not too sure what you mean by like liability.
I don't think I used the right word when I said liability. I just mean like, the potential, I guess, legal ramifications of that, especially,
The potential legal ramifications?
That sort sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to like.
As long as there's
say
no
it, but I
law
don't know.
against gender affirming care in whatever area they're receiving it, you really don't have any. There would be no legal grounding for someone to take against parents for allowing their children to have gender affirming care.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that's another thing. It's just the big question mark with, of course, being that I've met a lot of, and I had a lot of trans friends, getting the parents involved is never, and at least in my experience, most of the time usually is not an option. So that big question also is, how the hell are we going to navigate it without getting the parents involved, given the, I guess,
Well, it's
current
medical care, so
statutes,
you can't navigate it without getting parents involved. It's medical care.
So do you think that all of that should be completely reworked for trans care for people under 18?
What do you mean? This is already just how it works because it's medical care, so you can't get it without a parent's approval because it's medical care.
I see. That makes sense. I mean, I was kind of thinking about it as I was sitting here, and given the past and whatnot and my personal experiences, I think I kind of almost talked myself out of talking to you. But I just wanted to see your opinions. I mean, what do you think would be a good way forward to make sure that kids in need of trans care would be able to get it?
Doing it the way it currently is, like just following the current guidelines set upon us by the WPATH.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well, I mean, that's really everything. I wanted to hop on here. I mean, I don't know if I've been entirely swayed, but it definitely did give me a new perspective. So I appreciate
what hasn't swayed you? Because everything you've told me, I've provided you with the counterfactual for.
I mean, honestly, the big regret rate was the big thing there.
So that didn't sway you?
No, that did sway me. Like I was
Okay.
like, yeah. It's
so
not
you
that
agree?
It did not sway
You
me.
agree
It
then
did
that
sway me.
you agree now then that children should have access to gender affirming care?
I'm starting to think so. Yeah, it's something that, like I said, I was kind of sitting here thinking about it before I talked to you, and I was kind of like, thinking. But I was gonna hang up, but I decided not to, just because I wanted to get your thoughts on it, and I think that really solidified it. So I appreciate that.
All right, no problem then.
All right, take it easy.
Okay. Pretty easily swayed there, right? Oh, I don't need to do it that way. Jovan, remember. Next call? Or should I read super chats now? Let's do the super chats real quick, and then we'll take the next call. Super chats! All right. Oh, nice one. This one is from, that's an old one. This is the one. May Meow Meow said, Jovan, you're amazing. True. Thank you for recognizing greatness where you see it. Something Wayward said, maybe the spaghetti was the pronouns we made on along the way. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Agent Miskatonic said, what do you think I am? An idiot, frankly. True. An idiot sandwich. This was the pay to boot from Ekadir, said, please get this idiot out of here, my ears hurt. And then Balthazar said, the irony of having the name Dixon and questioning gender affirming care for minors is too much. I agree. Thank you for the super chats. All right, now let's get back to debates. I love me a good super chat moment. All right, coming up next is David. David is calling in to also talk about gender affirming care for minors. David, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Thank you. My age is 33, and the pronouns are he.
All right, no problem, David. Now, David, I believe minors should have access to gender affirming care. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Well, I mean, I guess I would agree and disagree because I'd have to get your exact definition of what gender affirming care is. Like, how far would you go? Would it just be therapy, medication, actual surgery? You know what I mean?
I would not set any limitations, save for we should typically reserve bottom surgery for people over the age of 18 to give their like actual genitalia time to develop, because you really shouldn't do it until it's fully developed. Other than that, I wouldn't make any limitations. I would just allow it to be individualized, and let it go from there.
So are you like super, you wouldn't allow surgeries under any circumstance for under 18, or there could
There are
be
some
situations?
cases where people who are like 17 would probably have access, but that's as low as
Okay.
it would probably go. And even then it would probably be like reserved for like high need cases or people who've been like emancipated, because right, obviously if they've been emancipated, they're legal adults.
Well,
Um,
why 17? Why not 18?
well,
Like,
because
why
as
do
I
you bring
said,
it
there
down
could
to
be
17
there
instead
could
of?
be some extreme cases where it's needed.
Well, could there be an extreme case for, say, a 12-year-old
Their
to have
genitalia is not
surgery?
fully developed, so you can't do bottom surgery on someone whose genitalia is not fully developed.
But could there be an extreme case where they would need surgery? Let's say the day
I
that
mean,
their
could there
their
be a
their
case where they
genitals
need
are.
surgery on their genitals? Maybe, but it wouldn't be bottom surgery. Bottom surgery, you
Well,
need to
let's
have
say they
fully
needed
developed
bottom surgery.
genitals. You quite literally need to have fully developed genitals. There's not, you
Well,
can't do
when are
anything.
they fully developed? When are genitals
Or
fully developed?
typically around 17 or 18. That's why I said
Well, around. So if there, let's say, I'm sure there were children that were born, right, that had fully developed genitals, say before 17. I'm sure it's some kid that's
what?
existed that had fully developed genitals at 16 and a half. By your logic, they should be allowed to have a bottom surgery.
What? So we're just
Do you
making
not
up stuff
understand
that
what I'm
doesn't
saying?
hatin?
No,
No,
I'm saying for
nobody age 12 has had fully developed genitals. No. They're not done
No, I didn't
growing.
say that they did. That's not what I said. I said if
Okay.
somebody, I'm sure there has been some child that had fully developed genitals before 17,
No, probably
before they
not.
hit the age 7. You don't think it's ever happened in the history of mankind? You don't think it's ever
Probably
happened?
not.
Probably not, or it has happened.
Probably not.
You
But
don't think it's
even if
really,
it
you just
has, that's
don't
not
think it
how we
ever
do
has.
medicine. We do medicine based off medical consensus. We don't do medicine based off of, oh, here's this one edge case that shows this. We do it off of medical consensus. So because the
I didn't say,
consensus
yeah,
is
I understand that.
okay, so then you keep
But
asking
what
me a
I'm saying is,
hypothetical about something that like no, like unfortunately you have to wait until 18, 17. Even then 18 is probably the most likely guy to. It's like you're like, well, what if you the problem is I've set you a standard and you're like, well, what if I give all of these extreme things? Do your standards change
Mhm.
into something else? And it's like, what's wrong with just
Well,
holding to the
of
standard?
course I'd give you extreme things
Why do you
because
want
this
to
is an
move away
extreme
from the standard?
situation. Well, no, I'm not moving away from the standard. I'm trying to figure out if that standard is concrete or if there's any wiggle room at all. And the reason I say that is because
There is some wiggle
fully
room, and it's for
developed
people who are
well, let me
17
explain.
that may have
Right, exactly. And
severe gender
I was
dysphoria.
seeing if the wiggle room went past that.
No, I
And
gave you I gave
to
you all the
me,
wiggle room. That's the wiggle room.
okay, fine. But why? So you think that a 17-year-old should be able to, even though they're a minor, there could be cases where they should be allowed to have their genitals effectively mutilated. You
They're
don't
not
really see a
mutilated. I don't
problem
know
with that?
what do you think mutilation means? Because I
Well, they
wouldn't call
are
this genital
mutilated.
mutilation. No, what do you think mutilation is?
It absolutely
Do we need to pull up
mutilation is
Oxford?
like destruction of a. Excuse me.
Do we need to pull up Oxford?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, do we need
I
to pull
mean,
up
if you
Oxford?
want to.
Because the
Look, I mean, yeah,
mutilation
but
is about inflicting injury. You're not injuring them.
you 100% are. You're
No, you're not.
mutilating their genitals. You're
Again,
destroying them
this
and
is now
rendering
you're
them
just
sterile. You are.
now you're just writing a circle. You're like, well,
No, I'm
it
not.
is harm. It's injury because it's mutilation, but mutilation requires injury. So like that's just a circular.
It's mutil. You're destroying a healthy body part. That's
You're
what
not
you're
destroying
doing.
it.
You are destroying it.
You're not.
You are. Have you seen like what happens to say a male's penis when
Yes,
they
I've
turn it
seen
into?
I've seen what a
Yes,
vaginoplasty
yes,
is. Yes, I've
yes.
seen the both
That is
before and the
destroying their
after. I've
penis.
even watched it during. It's not destroyed.
And that's kind of weird that you did that, and that's great. But it also
It's
should. But
weird
my point is,
that I watched a video of a
let me
surgery.
explain.
You've never watched. You don't
Well,
watch
it sounds like you.
ER. You never watched ER
The way you.
before.
Let me
Interesting.
explain. The way you said it kind of sounded like you
That
were
I've seen
into
a
it, but
before,
that's a
after, in a
different thing.
surgery. I think you're reading into stuff that you want to
Look,
read into, weirdo.
no. Maybe I'm reading into it, but you sounded
Obviously.
like you kind of enjoyed it, which I found weird. But
How so?
that point
What specifically did I indicate that I enjoyed it?
Well, just the tone, but maybe I
What was
I
my
must have read
tone?
it wrong. My apologies.
What was my
I
tone?
just heard a tone. My
What was the
apologies. I heard a
tone?
tone. It was just a weird kind of way that you said it. You
What
kind
was
of
the
said, "Oh, I've
tone?
seen it this way and that way and this way."
I said I've seen the
Look, that's fine.
before,
Look,
the after, and the
okay, fine.
during.
Look,
What was the tone?
okay.
No, it just feels like, because
Okay,
it feels
look,
like
you're
what
not
you're
into
doing,
it.
David, what it feels like is what you're doing is trying to throw like snide insults, which is fine, but hold to them.
Oh, you mean
If you're going to throw
what
a
you do to
snide
every
insult,
caller, you fucking
yes,
retard?
but I hold to them, dummy. If I throw a snide
Yeah,
insult, I don't
you do.
back
You
away
have
from
your-
it,
oh, give
David.
me a
You
fucking
backed
break.
away from it immediately. I don't back
How did
away
you back
from
away
it.
from
If
it?
I'm going to call you stupid, I'm going to call you stupid. Now, if you slur again, you will be removed from the stream. So you know
You're gonna
now, so
cry
you
about
can't
that
act
too,
like a
right?
martyr. Well, now I'm giving you the
Right.
chance to correct the
Just
behavior,
get
or you
on to your
leave.
point. Just get on to your point.
The point is, you are so fucking scared that you pussyfooted around your own insult. If you're gonna make an
No,
insult,
I
make
didn't.
the
How did I-
insult,
how?
David.
What, can I
If you're
even
gonna
say that
make
word?
the
You're gonna have a
insult, make
problem
the
with that, too.
insult.
I'm not making an
What
insult.
word?
Look,
What are you
my
talking
point
about?
here. I'll get back
You're
to
so
it. Aside from
fucking
the
scared,
weird
dude.
comment before, do you want me to answer or no?
I would love it. Go
You want
ahead.
me to
I'd
answer
love
or
it.
no?
I would love you to hold to
Okay.
something that you actually know. Damn, that'd be fun.
Great, thank you. Can you stop talking and I'll explain? Jesus Christ. would you
No,
love to
no.
hear
Well,
yourself
now I'm
talk?
gonna.
Or
Now
was
I'm
that
gonna
another
mute you.
comment?
Yeah. No. Well, now I'm gonna mute you because you don't tell me what to do in my own show, David. So now you're gonna be in timeout. Hate to break it to you. That's what happens when you try to run the show over here, David. You get put into timeout, bud. We'll give him 30 seconds in timeout and we'll see if that corrects the behavior. But I understand. Motherless behavior comes for them all. Comes for them all. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes to correct the behavior from David. All right, David, you ready to act with some decorum?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Great. And you want to tell me again now
So if we
why
get
gender
back to the
affirming care
original
is
topic?
harmful?
Oh, yeah. Well, to minors, basically, because again, we should not mutilate and destroy their genitals. That's what it is. If an adult wants to do it, they can. That's their business.
What does
But you should
mutilation
not do
mean?
that to a boy's penis.
What
It's
does
the
mutilation
destruction
mean?
of a healthy body part.
So when I
Severely
cut my
damaging, disfiguring a
fingernails
healthy
off,
body part.
did I mutilate my fingernails?
You're saying if you cut the fingernails off, like
Yeah,
if
did
you
I mutilate
physically
if
remove the
I
entire nail?
no, if I clip my nails, what did I mutilate my fingernails?
No, because it depends on the
Okay, so
severity.
it's
Are you
not just
serious,
destruction.
dude?
So it's not just destruction.
It's destroying that child's genitals. Are you really going to act
So
like
when
you
I
don't
get
know
my
how this works?
when I get my hair cut, did I destroy my hair? Did I mutilate my
Well,
hair?
I guess you must have missed the part where I said the level of severity. Did you not hear that?
Yeah. So now it's about level of severity. Okay, what's the level?
The level is, I don't know why I have to keep saying this to you. The level is you are destroying let's take a boy, for example, right? You're destroying a boy's healthy penis because it's not, it's not sick and has to be removed like amputated. You're destroying a healthy body part. That is mutilation. When you do that
So
to a child and you render them sterile,
whenever
you're
you
destroying them.
destroy, the level is anytime you destroy a healthy body part. So if I cut my hair and I go bald, my hair was healthy. I destroyed a healthy body part.
Did you not hear me? I said it involves level of severity.
And when I asked you for the level, you said,
Right.
and I quote, you destroyed a healthy
Yes.
body part. You didn't give me a fucking
Right.
a fucking rating scale. You didn't give me a scale here, David. Do you want to give a scale now? Or do you want to actually make logical
sure.
sense?
I'll go.
There
I'll give
we
you a
go.
scale. So let me ask you a question.
Sweet.
Let me ask you a question.
Asking me a question is
right.
not giving me a scale. I want a scale. I don't want you to ask questions. I want you to give me a scale.
Well, I'm
God
trying
damn.
to gauge what you would think. I'll give you a scale.
What
If
are you
cut
gauging
your
what
arm
I
off,
this
if
is
some-
your logic. What are you gauging what
and I'm
I
explaining.
what I'm at
Okay,
what doesn't
great.
matter
All right,
here?
terrific. Are you gonna actually let me explain?
Unbelievable.
You gonna let me explain?
Let's see if you can do it.
I know it's unbelievable. So are you going to let me explain or no?
Let's see if
are
you can
gonna
do
get
it.
your feelings hurt and put me in
Let's see if
timeout
you can
again?
do it, David. Let's see if you can do
Right.
it. I don't
So
think
if
you can.
So okay, great. Okay. So if you chop off your arm, right? If you just chopped it off with, say, a machete, that would be mutilating that body part. Do you understand that?
Why?
Why? Because that is the definition of mutilation: severely damaging, like disfiguring, removing a body part. Do you not know that?
Okay, so as long as you remove a body part,
Wait a second. What
it's
do you mean, why? Do
disfiguration.
you understand that's what mutilation is?
Dummy, I really need people who are having their logic tested to stop acting like I'm the stupid one. Your
You're
logic
not
is
gonna
being
answer the
tested
question,
here.
are you?
Because all you're doing
Is
is
that
shifting the burden.
mutilation?
All you're doing is shifting the burden of
You
proof
asked
to
me a
me.
question. Are
All
you
you're
serious?
doing
You
right
asked the
now,
question. You said,
yes,
"What's
and
the scale?"
when I asked, and you didn't give a scale, you just repeated the same shit and said chopping off a
No, I
body
didn't.
part is
No, I
mutilation.
said that would be mutilation, and I asked you, "Is
That's
it?" And
not
you
a
won't answer.
scale,
Is
David.
that-
David, a
Yes,
scale
it
is not
is.
one thing. Okay? A scale cannot be one. If I put something on a scale and I only get one answer for the thing every single time, that's not a scale, David. Do you know what a scale is? Probably not.
I'm going
So I'm
by
going to
the
tell you
literal
again, David.
definition of
No,
mutilation.
you're not, because the literal definition of
Yes, I am.
mutilation requires a disfiguring injury, and
Yes,
surgical
and doing that to
alterations are
somebody's
not
penis is
injuries.
disfiguring that injury. Yes, it is. It's
Surgical
disfiguring it.
alterations are not injuries. So by your own definition, it falls apart.
No, it doesn't. No,
Surgical alterations are not
yes.
injuries,
Go
David.
ahead.
Surgical alterations are not injuries. No, they are not.
But here's the. Let me explain. Okay, so
I don't
somebody,
need you to explain. I need the scale. I don't need you to explain. I need the scale. I need you to give me the thing I've been asking
Okay, I don't know
for.
why you're so hung up about this scale for some reason.
Because
but I'll explain.
because when I asked you, David, I'm going to tell you right now, the thing that annoys me the most when I'm talking to people are
I don't care
people
what
who are
annoys you. Just
too
get to your
stupid to understand how stupid their logic is.
Right.
So I'm going to walk you
I know,
through
because
your
you're so-
logic. You're muted. I'm going to walk you through your logic and why your logic is stupid right now. And then maybe when I do that, you'll be able to actually answer the question. So here's the walkthrough of how this conversation has gone. You made a claim, David. You made a claim. That claim was bottom surgery is mutilation. That was the claim you made. Now, I wanted to analyze that claim and see if that claim held logical grounding. Okay? I wanted to know if your claim held any sort of grounding in the realm of logic. So I said, well, David, what is mutilation then? Right? I disagree that it's mutilation. You don't. So what is mutilation? To which you responded, cutting off body parts. Cutting off healthy body parts is mutilation. To which I responded, oh, so cutting my fingernails, cutting my hair, that would all be mutilation. To which you responded, no, because there is a severity to it. There's a scale here. So to which I said, okay, well, what is the scale? So I can understand where your logical grounding is here. To which all you did was retort, well, if you cut off the arm, that's mutilation. There was no scale here. All you did was reassert your claim. So I'm going to ask you again, and maybe this time you'll understand how logical grounding works, and you'll give the scale. I'm sure you will, because I'm sure you have better listening skills than a third grader. Let's find out. David, that beep you just heard was you coming off of mute. What's the scale?
I know what the beep means. Just get on with it.
What's the
scale? The scale is, again, when you're severely damaging a body part and it, say, results in permanent damage. That's why when you say something like, well, if you cut your hair, no, genius, that's not how it works. It results in permanent
so it's
damage.
only mutilation if it's
permanent. So if you
permanent.
cut your finger off, that would result in permanent damage.
So it's only mutilation if it's permanent.
Genitals, that involves permanent damage.
So it's only mutilation if it's permanent.
No, I'm not saying it's only mutilation. I'm saying that's an example of how mutilation works.
Whoa. When I asked you for the scale, you said, well, it can't be hair and it can't be fingernails because those aren't permanent.
Right.
So I'm asking you, so mutilation must be permanent, to which you just said, no, it doesn't have to be permanent. So again, why wouldn't cutting your hair?
You're not going to give me one?
I've given you the definition. I've given you a definition. It's inflicting of severe or disfiguring injury, and surgical alterations are not an injury. So I'm going to say again,
it's not just about an injury. No, it's not.
Unfortunately, you asked me for the definition. I'm giving you it right off of Oxford. The infliction of a severe and disfiguring injury. That's the definition on Oxford. Noun, mutilation. The infliction of a severe and disfiguring injury.
I'm sorry, can you still hear me? You kind of cut out there.
I'm just waiting for you to actually tell me the scale now.
So again, I mean, I already explained it. I don't know what else you'd want me to say.
You haven't given a scale.
Permanent Yes,
You have
I
not
have.
given a
Just
scale.
because you
No, you have
don't
not.
like it doesn't mean I
No,
haven't.
you have
So
not given one. There's been no
okay,
scale
all right, fine,
here.
whatever. Let me just.
What are you talking
So
about?
just to. Okay, great, dude. I don't know why you're so hung up on that.
Imagine if. I'll explain to you why I'm hung up on it. Your claim was bodily surgery is mutilation. I want to analyze this claim by finding out what mutilation is. You said it's the cutting off of healthy body parts. So I brought up cutting off healthy body parts. You said no, there's a severity and scale to it. So now I want to know the scale. Do you get now why I'm asking?
Right here.
Could it possibly be that your logic needs to be grounded?
Can I answer the question? You're just going to continue to hear yourself
this will
talk.
be the fourth time of you answering, so I can't wait. Here we go. Fourth time. Give me the scale. What is it?
Okay, dude. Get on with it, and I'll explain.
Fourth time. Give me the scale. What is it?
Female genital mutilation, as defined by the WHO, involves the partial or total removal of external female genitalia for non-medical reasons. Right. So it can happen to women and men, and obviously
reasons.
It can happen. Excuse me?
So that's the scale. The scale is non-medical reasons.
Yeah, it can be non-medical reasons. But when you're looking at what
vaginoplasties have medical reasons, so
let me.
Damn.
Dude, can you just stop for 5 seconds and let me explain?
Vaginoplasties have medical reasons, though.
Okay, you're not.
So
okay,
it doesn't fall into that.
But you don't want to hear it. I tried.
Yeah, David, that's definitely what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Yes,
David,
it is.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what happened.
Look, let me.
You keep making claims, and then every time I poke a hole in them, you go, "Well, actually, it's this, but actually, it's that, but actually, it's this, but actually, it's that." It's boring.
Right. Okay, look.
Pick a scale and stick to it.
Yeah. Well, dude. Speaking of scale, the funny thing is, since I last saw you, you definitely put quite a bit of weight on the scale.
Whoop-de-doo. I don't care, David.
That was just the last thing I wanted to say.
David, I don't care. Actually engage in the argument, David. Because right now, all you're doing is being a scared little baby. You're running from the argument. You ran from the argument so fast, it's fucking embarrassing.
At least I can run.
I don't care, David. You're continuing to run from the argument.
I know you don't.
The rage bait doesn't work on me. I want you to actually, engage in the argument, David. If you want to just admit to everybody here on chat that you're stupider than I am, so that's why you have to resort to fucking ad homing, because you can't handle grounding your argument in any sort of logical foundation. That's fine, David. Mm-hmm. Just admit that, and then I can move on to somebody who actually has logical grounding for their arguments. Well, that's all I want.
Would you consider? Okay, yeah, I know. Would you consider circumcision mutilation?
Sometimes, probably, yeah.
Oh, sometimes. Okay, so what are your qualifiers for when it is or isn't?
If it's non-consensual.
Oh, if it's non-consensual. So let me get this straight. Just so to be clear, if a minor just said, "Hey, I want you to chop off part of my penis," you'd say, "Hey, yeah, it's consensual, therefore it's okay and it's not mutilation." I mean, do you hear yourself?
Wait, something being okay and something being not mutilation are two different things. I didn't say that it would be okay to do. I said it's not mutilation. Do you need help with understanding how words work?
No, but it is mutilation,
David.
because minors can't consent to these things, even if they feel like they can. They can't.
David, who consents to medical care for minors?
I'm sorry, you said who
consents to medical care for minors?
The parents.
Oh, damn! See how simple that was. Glad we figured that out. Point being, of course, the minors don't consent. Minors can't consent to any medical care. All medical care for minors must be consented through a parent or legal guardian. So when you go, well, the minors didn't consent, so that means does that make every single medical procedure placed upon a minor wrong? Because they couldn't consent to it?
Saying is
there we go. Thank you. So then what you said was really stupid then.
Let me dude, can you just stop talking for 2 seconds?
No, unfortunately I can't. It's my show. I'll do whatever the fuck I want, David.
Because you love to talk. You love to hear yourself talk. So
I love substance. If you were talking and giving substance, David, I'd let you talk all day.
Which I am.
You've given no substance
whatsoever.
Yes,
the guy who thinks it's okay for kids to get surgeries that destroy their genitals.
Right there, David. That was not substance. Right there. You just said something that had zero substance to it. I've asked you the harm. I've asked you to give a rate to give.
It's a separate argument.
There's no substance here. Exactly. That's why I don't care what you have to say, because it's not substantive. If you want to give something with some substance behind it, if you want to outline the harms and show that the harms of this care outweighs the benefits of this care, that's some substance.
Dude, you're destroying.
Self-evidence is not substance. I'm just gonna have to let you know. Trust me, bro, is not substance in a fucking debate. That's not substance, David. That's quite literally the opposite. It is the opposite of substance. I would love substance. You said it's self-evident. I write off self-evident. anything you try to tell me is self-evident
Okay,
is
so you
written
just
off.
don't like to hear it, in other words.
I would love
You just don't like to hear
actual
it.
substance. Self-evidence is not anything. Self-evident is not evidence. It's not empirical data. It's not fucking research data. It's not academic. It's not statistical. It's nothing.
Well, wait a second. Let me ask
It
you a
is
question. Let me ask you a
nothing.
question. Okay, yeah, great. If you saw empirical data, just for sake of I doubt you'll entertain the hypothetical. I really don't think you will. But let's just say you saw empirical data that said it's very healthy for 10-year-old transgender kids to have mutilation. To have surgery, right? To have surgery on their genitals and have bottom surgery. Let's just say that empirical data said it was okay. Would you then say, yeah, well, the empirical data said it's fine, so I don't see a problem with it?
Empirical data doesn't make moral claims like something is okay or not okay. That was a real
So you'd be okay with it if the empirical data said it was okay?
Empirical data doesn't make claims of morality. They don't
I didn't
make
say it
okay
did. Just answer the
or
question.
okay.
Answer the question.
That's like asking, are you happy you saw the blue-red fire truck? Your question
not
doesn't
like
make
that at all.
sense because empirical data doesn't
so
make
you're not
moral.
going to entertain the analogy. I
It's
knew you
not
were
an
entertaining the
analogy. That's not
hypothetical.
even what an analogy is.
Excuse me, the hypothetical.
Oh
The
my
hypothetical.
God. Why would I entertain
The hypothetical.
Why would I entertain a hypothetical that's based in no logical fact whatsoever? You're saying, well, don't you agree that 2
because you don't have an argument
David, hypothetically, if 2 + 2 = 7, would you agree?
No, of course not.
Why?
Because you'd have to show me evidence that it would be.
It's hypothetical, David. 2 + 2 = 7 in this hypothetical. Don't you agree?
Yeah. So again, now you're asking me to just deny reality. That makes no sense.
David. What I'm saying to you, and I really need you to listen here, because goddamn, stupidity must run in your family.
I know you've said
if you're
this
asking,
5 times.
See, this is not listening. I don't know if you just were raised without house training, but you're proving every day that, like, God damn.
Says the guy with cat ears is 300 pounds.
This is a skill you don't have. Listening is a skill you don't have.
Says the fat guy with cat ears.
David, none of that matters. You still don't have house training. I don't care that I'm fat, David. I own a mirror. I see what I look like every day. You calling me fat means nothing to me. I'm going to eat a Popeye's biscuit as soon as this call is over. It means nothing. Do you have the ability to listen? That's what I'm asking you right now. Do you have that ability?
I am, so go ahead.
Great. So listen for a second,
go ahead.
and I'll put you on mute so you can't interrupt. Here we go. I'm going to put you on mute so you can't interrupt. When you ask me if if empirical data shows up and tells us this is okay, that's not what empirical data does. Empirical data doesn't make claims about whether something is okay or not. Empirical data wouldn't give an ought. It would give an is. It would give us an is. Empirical data would tell us is something, not ought something. Asking if something's okay to do is an ought claim, David. So it's like asking somebody, hey, do you think that blue fire truck is red? It's stupid. It's not based in reality. I like a hypothetical that can be logically possible. So I'm going to ask you for like a third time, do you have anything to show me that the harm outweighs the benefits when it comes to gender affirming care? Do you have this, David? Yes or no?
You cut out because the harm outweighs the benefits because what?
Do you have any data to show that the harm outweighs the benefits of gender affirming care?
Well, no, but that was really never
my
original.
No, goodbye. Thanks. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. All I needed to know is you didn't have that. We could have ended this fucking 24 minutes ago. God damn, dude. What is the brain capacity on these callers today, bro? Great. Dude, I just don't get it. Anyway, guys, if you want to support the stream, if you're like Jovan, you're going through it for us today, consider Cash App and Venmo. Winnie, thank you for the $14 on Cash App. And happy anniversary, Winnie spouse. Robin, Winnie and I have spoken candidly about this. Should I be reading this? Wait, let me just double check. Should I be reading this message? Oh yeah, no, I see it, Winnie. I'm gonna do it again. I got it. Winnie, I get it now. Happy anniversary to Winnie's spouse, Robin. Winnie and I have spoken candidly about this many times, and I, Jovan, and Bradley want Robin to know how special they are to Winnie. I see what happened there. It took me a second, but I understood the joke after I took a beat. Super chats. Let's get our super chats hit for a second here. Billy Sipes.
Holy shit, Billy coming in with the $200 super chat. Just throwing some support. Love ya as always, Billy. Fucking a gentle person and a scholar. It has been, and David is going to lose it. I'm calling it now. Called it. And Billy with another super chat said, unproductive and stupid. Please feel free to drop this individual. His arguments aren't even funny. The white threat of transphobia. True. It is quite literally so embarrassing. These motherfuckers present me with nothing. Thank you, Billy. Thank you for the super chatters. Thank you for the people that support
the stream. Let's bring up the next caller. Hopefully they have some type of substance. Also, the call-in line is fully busy right now, so if you're trying to call, you gotta wait. We only give space for 7 callers at a time, and there are 7 people in the calling queue. Okay. Oh, I gotta name that clip before I forget. All right. Coming up next is John. John is calling to talk about topic number 2, trans men and women being men and women. John, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
38. I'm a he.
Great. Now, John, I do believe trans men and women are men and women. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I would say I disagree on that. This is, by the way, isn't going to be a great logical argument. I'm kind of here to get educated from you. I just saw your stream. I was like, let me call in. Never called in before.
All right.
I would say that just my natural, inclination is just that I see men, I see women. Some people occasionally are hermaphrodites, but otherwise I'd say it just breaks down to men and women for the most part.
So just so you know, that term is a bit outdated. Hermaphroditism isn't something that can actually be displayed in humans. So we don't tend to call humans that phrase anymore. It was kind of co-opted by transphobia. Just so you know.
Can you tell me, is that, so are you saying, is it the term? I guess my understanding is someone who has like both, genitalia or a mix of them in some way.
We would just say they have an intersex condition, or it's a difference in sex development. It's a DI. I think that's what a difference in sex development is. I think how it's is the phrase.
Got it. Okay. Well, yeah, that's, I guess, very basic, but that's just what I think.
Yeah, sure. So I'm not too sure what, like, when we talk about gender, and we talk about someone being a trans man or a trans woman, we're not really talking about what their sex is, right? We're just talking about what their gender is. So I'm not too worried, like, personally about like what their sex does or is, like that, you know?
Okay. I was thinking, like, just based on the question, maybe I'm off here, but I was thinking that men, when we say men and women, I was just thinking about the sex, not the gender, right? So, like, if I see a trans man, I think, if someone is born a male or female, that's what I would assign to them for the most part. Now, there are times where I meet someone and I can't tell, or I think they're the complete opposite sex, right? But for the most part, I would say when I see someone, I'm like, that's a man or a woman, not a gender thing, but just like their actual biological sex.
Yeah, so that's not. I would just disagree. I don't think most people look at other people and see them view people via sexual features, right? Like when I think of a woman in my head, my first thought isn't to go to like vaginas or chromosomes or anything like that. It typically goes to like these phenotypic features that almost anybody can have, right? So it's going to go to women having like longer hair. Usually it's going to go to just more feminine features, right? which femininity doesn't necessarily denote female. So I would just say that like it's sort of a little outdated to be looking at people and splitting up their gender based on sexual features.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess I just disagree. Like I would say when I look at most people, I can just, I'm not in my head like, is this male or female? It's just automatic. It's just like, oh, that's a male, that's a female. So I'm not. Sorry. I'm sorry if this isn't like very
so let me ask you a
fascinating.
question. What is so if you're splitting this up via male and female, what is the trait one must possess in order to be a female?
Got it. Okay. So this probably also isn't intellectually fascinating. So literally, I think like a lot of people, like I saw one of your topics is like Mog is like dumb or not intellectual, which is probably I think true in a lot of ways. They're more like earthy people. So it's more like you just see something and it is what it is. So it's not. I actually wouldn't even think about it in the way you're asking that question because I'm not thinking about it. If that makes sense. Like it's just.
But that's the thing.
That's
the thing. If we're saying that trans women cannot be women, right? You're saying specifically this is a category they cannot fit in. It is something you have to think about. So if the way to get into the category of woman is to be a female, you have to tell me what someone has to have in order to be female. Otherwise, we're saying trans women can't fit into this category just based on vibes, and I don't like to vibe code personally.
Oh, I vibe code all the time. But right, just different ways of living, I think. This, how do I put this? Like, I think there's people like I'd say your mindset and like a Destiny, all this, who I love to listen to, like very intellectual, everything's broken down. I think a lot of people, especially like the more conservative people or more
Why are
dumb,
so many people bringing up Destiny to me
don't
today?
actually process reality that way. And because of that, like we're not, it's kind of like not a thing, right? Like that's not how we're processing reality.
But then again, so again, the problem is it's just vibes now, right? Like you're just saying trans women aren't women because I just don't feel that they are. Which okay, like if I didn't feel you were a man, that would make you not a man, right?
I think it's the pattern recognition over time is like what I'm running off of, right? Like I can see a man who's, let's say, dressing as a woman. I see that. I would not consider that person, even if they had a lot of feminine traits. Pattern recognition tells me like, oh, that's not a female, right? Now, there's also again men who have more feminine features who do dress as women or have had surgery or whatever that I would not know, right? So,
but I'm not asking you what you subjectively think a person is. I'm asking you like, if we're categorizing people, which we do as a species, we categorize people, and so we need to place people into a category called gender. And we have a category inside of that category called woman. How does someone get into that category? What do they have to have?
I think this may break down, but like I don't process like that. I don't think a lot of people do. I'm not even talking about a law thing or like, people want to do all the laws and ban this, ban that. Like I think
people do process this way. They just do it subconsciously, right? People do process this way. It's called schemas. Okay. We do this constantly. When I pick up a pencil, I know a pencil is not a fork because there are specific things that a fork has to have that a pencil doesn't, right? So but if we're going to now sit here and make a statement like trans women are not women, we're going to deny that reality. We have to now think of it past just like a base level thought process.
I think it's okay. I guess it would be the sum of all parts of the pattern recognition over time. Like, and I can't even probably articulate those very well because I don't articulate things for a living, really. But
the problem is if you're making an exclusionary category, right? I don't. So here's the thing: you're describing the way schemas work in psychology, which is just brain categorization and pattern recognition. That's fine. But what I'm saying to
Okay.
you is, right, if we're saying there is a category, and the way categorization works in science, right? If you're saying there's a category that is exclusionary, this category has to have some sort of necessary trait or condition that is required for something to possess to fit in here. And it must be possessed. And anything without this trait or condition would not fit into that category. So you're saying, well, it's an amalgamation, right, of a bunch of different traits. That's okay. That's called cluster categorization, right? And that's how we categorize females anyway. But via cluster categorization, both in the medical field and in the biological field, trans women are considered female in a lot of cases. So now, again, this is if we're talking about sex, right? Gender is going to be vastly different. But if we're talking about sex, there are plenty of trans women who are categorized as female, again, both medically and scientifically, because they have induced the way I like to describe it is how it's been described to me. They've induced enough intersex conditions within themselves that they now have an amalgamation of traits that are more female than they are male.
I see. Okay. I guess it's what the basis of what you're born as. So even if you change things, I think there's a lot of just chemistry in the body, and we can change things through hormones, surgery, etc. But I don't see that actually changing whether they're truly male or female.
So then this walks me back. This just brings me back to the necessary condition thing. What is the baseline trait then that you need? Now we're back to an exclusionary category, not a cluster category. So what is that baseline trait?
Does the baseline, if I say like biological male, biological female?
Well, no. So you can say that the necessary condition to be a woman, you can absolutely say the necessary condition to be a woman is to be female. But now that because female is a category, I now need to know what is the necessary condition to be female. What makes a person, because all it's doing is it's just sort of passing the buck down the road, like it's kicking the can down the road. So you've just gone from one. So we now need the condition for that.
Okay, so you're going to disagree with this. I do not think that is the prerequisite to how to view what male is female.
You don't agree that what's the prerequisite to be
able to break it down?
Well, it has. If we're categorizing, we have to be able to. That's just how scientific categorization works.
I'm just talking about the common sense for like the average person, where they're just like, yeah, male, female. Actually.
Well, okay, so I don't really do common sense, John. Just to cut the head off the snake here. I don't really do common sense, right? I don't think that much of the sense of the common folk is really sense at all. Like we're making these truth claims about some type of category. So we have to go past what is just like basic common sense. Because I could just say, well, my common sense is that trans women are women. Right now, now we're just up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. We both have this conflicting intuition working within us. So we've got to go past that to something more in order to come to some sort of conclusion on this. And in order to do that, we need to find the necessary trait.
So, like, if someone's born at a hospital and then the doctor labels them as, this baby has a vagina, right? Displays feminine features. This baby has penis. Displays some male features. Isn't that like a good enough breakdown?
So the doctor is simply describing what they see. They're not prescribing a sex to they're just describing, typically off of genitalia alone, because babies don't have feminine or masculine features. They're androgynous. So they're usually going off of just genitalia. Like, hey, well, this genitalia is, but the doctors also get it wrong. There are plenty of times where they've gotten it wrong. So I wouldn't use like just whatever the doctor says, right? Because if you came out and the doctor said you were a woman or you were a girl, like they were like, oh, this is a baby girl. And they find out later, oh no, John was actually a boy. Well, the doctor said you were a girl. So, right. So genitalia. Sorry, go ahead.
I guess on that, I guess this is just a common sense thing. Like, wouldn't that be common? Like if you saw two babies, like you'd be able to like tell Like, I guess that's just kind of what I'm getting at. Like, that's
No,
kind of
babies are
vague. Like, if someone
androgynous.
wants to.
If I just look at a baby
Okay.
straight up, I do not know what gender that baby is until the parents tell me.
Even if, oh, okay. I thought we weren't talking about gender. I thought we were just talking about sex.
I definitely
Or
don't know the sex of the
sorry.
baby. Babies are androgynous.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know.
You're
I
not
haven't
you're
looked
not
at
really
babies.
gonna
Obviously,
notice.
I just
You're
thought.
not going to notice a difference in looks based upon sexual features until puberty. Because boys and girls, their hormone product, like you're gonna notice social things like haircuts, things like that. But there's a reason why, like in movies, a little girl can play a little boy, and you don't really notice these sort of things, right? Or vice versa. You don't really
Right.
notice these sort of things when you have like babies in a TV show. You don't really notice what baby is playing what because they haven't gone through puberty, so they haven't. Their sexually defined phenotypic traits haven't expressed themselves yet.
I guess the trait I'm talking about is, I mean, newborns have genitalia, so you could.
Sure,
Look at
but
that.
like I said before,
Mhm.
genitalia isn't a sex determinant trait. Genitalia is a trait determined by your sex, right? It's not that you develop a penis first and that makes you male. It's your body goes down a male development path, and that causes your body to develop a penis.
Okay. So I guess that's kind of my confusion here. So if, like, is that not, like, I guess just because I always thought of that as like kind of the base,
Is
right?
that
Like,
not
that's the
what?
base of like whether someone's a man or, I thought of that as like the base for whether someone's a man or woman. Like, you could just tell, like, yeah,
No,
they have
no, it's just
genitalia.
that like 9 times out of 10 when a doctor's looking at a penis or a vagina, like they're going to get it right. Right? Like 9 times out of 10 they're probably going to make an accurate guess, but they're just making an estimated guess. They're making it estimated. They're making an educated guess based off what we know of human sexual development. Is that if you have a penis, typically you're going to be male, and if you have a vagina, typically you're going to be female. But that can be wrong. Hence why we use the word typically, right? We don't say it is 100% the rule or that it's necessary that you have these to be this, because there are males born without penises and there are females born without vagina, and then vice versa. I actually don't know if we have a female that's been born with a full penis, but there have been females born with male gonad structures. So we don't use that as our Hmm?
That would be like the intersex you're talking about,
Yes.
where it's like they don't get it, like doctors don't get those ones right all the time.
Correct.
Is that kind
Correct.
of that category?
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
what I'm saying here.
I
Like
think
when we look at gender, and like what makes a man or a woman, the stance that I take is we can't use sexual traits to determine this because human sexual development is way too varied. You have thousands of genes that can express themselves in millions of ways. And so to say that there is one specific set of ways those genes have to express themselves, and that's what makes you this or that, it's just, I don't want to say absurd, but it's not a fathomable, or it's not a logical position in my opinion. Instead, from looking at the ways that humans engage in gender and the way we engage in these things, it's very self-evident, at least just off of observations of behavior. Based off of observations of behavior, it's clear that humans engage in gender in a way that's a bit more introspective as well as societally influenced. So it's very clear that this is more of a neurosocial thing, something that's affected our brain with, like I said, with the societal influences from like culture and things like that.
Got it. Okay. I think, again, just back to the sex part, I'm not really talking about the gender or the social side of it. I see what you're saying as far as it seems like kind of 3 categories, if I'm understanding. So, like, can be like your baby, right, that has genitalia that matches to male, this has genitalia that matches to female, and then the third, it could be either or, a variation or undetermined, and that's why you're taking the stance of I don't know what someone is automatically because of that third category. Is that correct?
Kind of, yeah. My stance is just because the development is too varied. I don't think we can set hard exclusionary rules based on that development. So I think it's totally fine to say, like, I think most people would agree that typically if you are a female, you are a woman. Yep. And typically if you are a male, you're a man. Sure. I have no issues with this. But that's only if you use the phrase typically, because there are exceptions to all of these rules.
Got it. We're on the same page. So yeah, I appreciate the call, man. And good just sorting that out, getting some more insights from you.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
All right. Have a good day, man.
Sure, you do. Ooh, my voice is getting tired. Voice is getting tired. How long have I been live? 2 hours? All right, we got to keep going. Let's keep getting those super chats in if you want your messages read. Oh shit, I have to do the giveaway on Twitch before I leave. Nobody let me forget the giveaway. I hope the bots are working again. Golly. Stacy, thank you for the Venmo so much. And then super chats. I think we had one super chat in between that, so I will do that one. That's from Sapphires. I'm so glad people like you exist. Thank you, Sapphires. Thank you kindly. Gang, gang. 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 Anyway, let's take the next call. I'm going to jump around just a little bit. I think this is who I think it is. Jeff is calling in to talk about systemic racism and white privilege. Jeff, we haven't had this conversation yet? I feel like we have.
No, we have not. I actually chimed in maybe like an hour and a half ago when I was just talking about like, hey, what's your future outlook on life and stuff? And I don't know, I just kind of felt bad a little bit. But I'm going to give you probably the best call of the day because I'd love to believe we have so much more in common than we have against, right? Like, I think first, if we have to talk about systemic issues, like we just have to recognize we're in a country that just even allows us to have this conversation, right? Like people in Iran don't even have the internet right now to speak out against their government. People in China get snatched up for speaking out against the CCP. So I'd like to just kind of start off just acknowledging that we have those privileges here, right?
I mean, I'd probably say most countries have free speech. Like more countries have freedom of speech than don't.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, in Canada, if you kind of say things that are considered hate speech, you can be put in prison for that right now, but not in the U.S.
I mean, I can be put in prison in the U.S. for using.
There's a spectrum.
I can be put in the U.S. in prison for using fighting words, so we don't have like full free speech either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, free speech is an absolute, right? And I don't know if we all agree that all speech should be purely absolute.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like, I could have the same conversation we're having now if I lived in Canada or Mexico, Japan, Norway, Sweden, South Africa.
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, right? I mean, some of the callers that came in who were saying pretty horrible things about you, they'd probably actually be charged with crime, right? So I think we're just maybe getting a little off topic when we're talking about systemic racism here. So
sure. Do you disagree that systemic racism exists?
Currently, no, and I think that's maybe where we need to start, right? So, like, I would definitely agree that America, you could even say, was maybe founded on like systemic racism, right? Like from the founders having slaves to maybe people of color not even being included in the Constitution. I mean, women didn't even have the right to vote until the early 20th century, right? Like we banned alcohol before women could vote. So
you believe you would say that systemic racism did exist, but it doesn't currently exist now.
Yes, no, not currently. I mean, since the Civil Rights Act, the Freedom Housing Act.
So what year did systemic racism end completely?
Systemic, I would have to say 1964, 1965.
So there was no systemic racism post 1964.
No. I'm trying to think of any example. If you could give me one, that'd be great.
Sure. Have you heard of the Veil of Darkness study?
The Veil of Darkness study. So, okay,
Yep.
no, I'll let you elaborate a little bit more if you want to talk to me. I'll look it up while you're.
Yeah, sure. The Veil of Darkness study is a study done by God, was it Stanford? Yeah, it was Stanford, where they analyzed
Stanford,
95 million traffic stops and found that black
Mhm.
people are pulled over at a rate like almost 16 times higher than that of their white counterparts, until the sun goes down and cops can no longer see the drivers of the cars, in which case the pullover rate becomes even between the races. You wouldn't call this a form of systemic racism?
I mean, I think it's kind of the idea where maybe that gets a little more on the emotional side, and of course, police aren't always correct, right? I mean, we don't have courtside or roadside courtrooms. We have courtrooms in the court. We have a judicial system. So I think the idea is that maybe police contact is heavily concentrated in areas that have a lot more crime, right? And to be fair, I'm not trying
No,
to be
they
racist when I say
account
this.
all that's accounted for, Jeff. They account for all of that in the study.
They do. So let's see, so because they had some national database, researchers were able to find 130,000 stops from all locations in their database. So around
There's 95 million stops.
I really do think the idea is like, where are typically police making these stops, right?
So again,
kind of
no, Jeff, because what they're doing, I think you're not understanding the methodology of the study. They take a time. In some cases, it's like 7 p.m. Understanding that at some times during the year, 7 p.m., it's dark out, and sometimes it's light out. They look at the people driving and find that the people driving at around the times in the areas they're looking at are going to be the same. It's going to be the same frequency of drivers, because you're taking people who are driving like routes to work or all these other, like it's the traffic, the frequency of the traffic doesn't change. It's sort of the same whatever time of day we're looking at, or at the 7 p.m. whether it's day or whether it's light. They then look at, okay, 7 p.m. when it's day out, let's look at all the pullovers then. If it's a pullover for a vehicle violation, they throw that away, because clearly you're pulling over because of the vehicle, not the person.
Oh, so
they look
so
at
a stop that was with cause was thrown away.
Yes. If the cause is like vehicle infractions or minor traffic infractions that are clearly visible and stated, those are thrown away.
Yeah. I mean,
because
that's
there's
the basis of probable cause, right? Because that's what requires a stop. So
yeah, and now they look at who gets pulled over, and they look at who doesn't, and they show that when it's daytime out, black drivers are pulled over upwards of 16 times more than their white counterparts. And the second it becomes dark out, those numbers start to even out. Okay? So the only reason they would even out is because the police officer cannot see the color of the skin of the person driving the car. That's the only reason that all of a sudden nighttime, when you account for all of the other variables, would show a decreased rate in the pullovers.
I think that's just broadly assuming, though, right? Because I mean, we're taking a statistic.
The variables are all accounted for. It's the same volume of drivers, both in the morning and at night. Or not morning or night, daytime and nighttime.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter. Wait, Jeff, it doesn't matter that you think that. The study accounts for the volume of people driving, hence why they look at a rate and are not looking at a direct number. So they're looking at a rate because that would account for the volume of drivers on the road.
I'm not saying, but I think what it goes back to is this idea of truly, the idea of systemic is that
Jeff,
it needs to be
what would you call
that there is
no, see that you don't know what systemic means. You don't know what systemic means.
That's what I would call individual. No. I would call it
Jeff,
individual.
What would you say? What would you call a system that consistently hires and emboldens people with a racist bias? What would you call that system?
I mean, you're making a general assumption about the system, but the system directly says that you can't hire based on race.
Jeff, if a system...
You can't fire based on race.
Jeff, if a system consistently hires racist actors within the system, what would you call that?
I feel like you're trying to get me into something that's just... So it's the idea of like, what's what's the idea of if a bad restaurant hires bad people, does that necessarily make it a bad restaurant? Well, it's bad
Yes.
to start
If
with,
a
right?
bad restaurant
we're kind of
consistently
using a
hires
negative and a
bad
negative here to
people,
try and prove a point.
if a bad restaurant consistently hires bad people, it's a bad restaurant. Yes. Just like if a system consistently puts racists in charge, that system is racist.
Yeah. So I think if we want to go back to this veil of darkness type study, right, because that's really what it is. I think the idea and what we're even talking about with this idea of hiring, that bias doesn't equal the system design, because the systems are laws, policies, and procedures. Just because maybe so-and-so does not like a Black individual does not mean that they are a part of a system simply because they are a citizen or a part of an area, right?
Jeff,
So,
you're being
even
disingenuous
if
right
bias
now.
exists in some stops, that doesn't mean that the
Jeff,
entire
you're
system
being
is designed
you're
to
being
target a race.
disingenuous right now.
But I'm not, because
Jeff,
even if we want to go back to the veil of darkness,
Jeff,
I can
this
just
is one
explain a little bit more.
This is one example using one study, right, of the
That takes a
disparities
small
that
slice of
exist.
policing and not the whole system, right?
95 million traffic stops is not a
or
small
911
slice. 95
or
million
arrest.
traffic stops is not a small slice. What you're
All
doing right
policing
now
is
is
just traffic stops.
what you're doing right now is you're being disingenuous. And you've listened to my show, so you know what someone being disingenuous will do to me. And right now you're doing it.
I mean, I'm not. I'm coming at it with an open mind. If I were being disingenuous, I'd be lying.
You
right?
aren't, because
now
you
you're
keep
just kind of
trying to
right?
you keep trying to discredit the study when the study is accounted for everything. Everything that you've tried to discredit about the study has already been accounted for in the study.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, goodbye, Jeff.
No, come on.
I'm not playing stupid games today with stupid people. Goodbye, Jeff. That was truthfully insufferable. Shagget even said so on Twitch. Anyway, shout out to Steph for the Cash App to boot. I did it early because Jeff pissed me off. I can't point out specifically why your study is bad. I'm just going to affirm that it is. That was Jeff today. Unbelievable. Was that the same Jeff? Oh, this was a different Jeff. There's another Jeff that calls into the stream. So there are two Jeffs. Oh. Anyway, he still pissed me off. My bad, other Jeff. I thought it was you. I was told Jeff, so I assumed it was. Somebody said Jeff's calling it, so I assumed it was you, other Jeff. Either way, there is no. He had nothing to point out the flaws in the study. Everything he said, I was like, nope, the study already accounted for that, because he hadn't read the study. He was just trying to poke holes in it, having not read any of it. And it's very bad faith to engage that way. Anyway. Yeah, other Jeff was calling the crossfires. My bad, other Jeff. Honestly, the voices all blend together. No, Jeff, you're gone. This is now talking to the Jeff that was on the phone. He's in the chat. You're gone because you were being disingenuous, and I'm not going to put up with it. I've been putting up with it all day. I'm not going to do it anymore. Like, unbelievable. You didn't even know what systemic racism was. I wonder if I can find that part of this interview.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract.
Okay, so something I want to point out, and hopefully you guys can hear this audio and it's not like the worst thing in the world, but whatever. People constantly, when we talk about systemic racism, they like to go, well, there's nothing in the books. There's nothing directly racist in law, which is just really stupid. Politicians for a long time have learned that the way you get around this is by writing abstract laws that harm people based on disparities. And the reason we know this is because Lee Atwater admitted that this was the Southern strategy back in the fucking 80s. He admitted this was the Southern strategy. This is going to be that part. I don't know if this bleeps out the multiple times Lee Atwater says the N-word, but...
You handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, nigger, you know.
So it's literally all a game. It's all a game. All a game. But yeah, we totally ended systemic racism in the 60s, yeah. Anyway, next call. Coming up next is Beth. Beth is calling to talk about topic number 2, trans men and women being men and women. Beth, can you please provide me with your age and pronouns?
Well, hello. Happy to finally get on. My name is Bethany. You can call me Beth. I am 27. My pronouns are she, her, and I am from Maine. So hi.
All right, Beth, 27, she, her. Beth, I believe trans men and women are men and women. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I disagree, and I disagree because I feel like the title of man and women are exclusionary titles, and I do not believe that just because you feel like you identify with the title means that you are automatically underneath that umbrella, underneath that title.
All right, what's the necessary condition required to be a woman?
An adult human female.
What's the necessary condition required to be female?
Be a mature human with the potential to carry gametes of egg or ovum.
Great. And if somebody does not carry it, well, you can only have the potential if you actualize it, right? Like, what does potential mean? If I don't have a reproductive system, I wouldn't have the potential to carry anything, right?
Well, yeah, of course. That's why I say potential. So if you have a woman who, she's trying to have a baby, and then she goes to the doctor, and they're like, hey, just letting you know, you are missing X, Y, and Z. There's something wrong. Just because she does not have the ability to have a child does not mean that removes her potential. She's still a woman regardless of what her internal systems are.
Well, so that's it. That's incorrect, Beth. If somebody goes to the doctor and the doctor says, well, you have a lack of, let's say they have a complete lack of a reproductive system, right? You're a female, awful. But you have a complete lack of reproductive system. They would not have the potential. Potentials can only exist if they at some point can be actualized. This person can never actualize, therefore they don't actually possess that potential.
I would say every female born or every male too. I don't know why we always just use females in this, but I would say that every person born has the potential to create offspring. They are born with that potential. I don't think that, through unfortunate circumstances, we should use those people that
they weren't born. If I have a car that doesn't have the engine, like there's no engine in the car, can that car potentially drive?
It's still a car. Just because you
That's
don't
not what I
have an engine
asked.
doesn't mean it's not a car.
That's not the question I asked you, Beth. I'd like you to stick to the question that I asked you.
Could you still drive? You could still potentially
No, does that
drive.
car have the potential to drive without an engine?
I mean, I feel like you're moving the goalpost. You're still inside of a car. You'd
Nope,
still
Beth,
be a woman.
Beth, I'm sorry.
If you had a
Beth, I'm
vagina.
sorry. There's no goalpost here. You've stated that the necessary condition is the potential to carry gametes. So it's not a goalpost shift to use analogies to try to logically see where if that has grounding. Okay? So it's not a goalpost shift.
Like
I'm giving an analogy.
Using a car, but if the car
it's an analogy.
is the person and the engine is the reproductive parts,
it's an analogy.
I mean, yes.
No, the car is the person. Driving the car would be carry gametes, would be carrying gametes, and then the engine would be the parts. So the engine would be the reproductive system. How can I have the potential to drive without the necessary components needed to engage in that potential? You can't.
I mean, at that point, I'd get out and walk at that point.
Beth, are you not answering on purpose, or is this just like accidentally being obtuse?
No, I really don't understand the metaphor, because if you
I'll give it again. You've stated that in order to be female, the necessary condition required is to have the potential to carry large gametes. So we have female, potential, and large gametes. The car is the female. The driving would be the gametes. The engine would be the potential. Right? The engine are the pieces that's missing. So if I have a car that lacks the necessary pieces,
the ovum, that she's automatically not a woman?
I don't understand what's confusing. We're taking your logic. I've not made any claims. All I'm doing is analyzing your logic.
Vehicles, and you're trying to compare
Beth, if being disingenuous is how you want Beth, if being disingenuous is how you want to engage in this conversation, it will not go well for you. I'm just going to let you know that.
I mean,
I like every other man, got a little misogyny in me, and I'll let it leak out right now if you want to continue to be disingenuous.
Trust me, you're nowhere near as misogynistic as the women trying and screaming and lesbian and women's ego that they are women.
Beth, the emotional appeal is useless here. Okay, it's not how this works.
That's why
the emotional appeal you're doing is useless. The emotional appeal you're doing is useless. I don't do appeals to emotion. I like to stay in logic. Your logic is that the necessary condition is having the potential to produce gametes. If I lack the pieces, and those pieces will never show up, how do I have the potential to produce gametes?
You don't, but that still does not.
Great. So your logic has fallen apart. Your logic was that in order to be a woman, you must have the potential. Yet here I'm pointing out some women.
Human female.
In order to be,
you did not like that definition because it is not
Beth,
useful
I didn't ask you for a
have.
definition, Beth. I asked you for the necessary condition.
Did, actually.
Nope, I asked you for the necessary. Do I need to play back the tape? I will play back the tape, but you will owe me a $20 waste my time tax if I have to play back the tape.
So, what do you think a woman is then?
Beth, we're going to stick with your logic right now, and I'm going to point Beth, we're going to stick with your logic, and I'm going to show you why your logic is flawed here. Okay? I need you to be patient because you're not. So, again, when I asked you, was the necessary condition to be a woman, in which you said was being female. All you did was kick the can down the road. So now I have to say, what's the necessary condition to be female? To which you said, and you said something about being a fully developed adult, whatever, who the actual core of it was having the potential to produce gametes. That was the core of your argument. That's the core of your argument. I don't know why you're interrupting right now, Beth. I haven't finished. So I need you to wait. You said the core is the potential to produce gametes. Specifically, you're talking about large gametes because you're talking about females. So it's essentially the potential to produce large gametes. So in order to be a woman, it is necessary, which I will remind you, necessary means it must happen or you must possess it. There's no exceptions in a necessary. So it is necessary that a woman has the potential to produce large gametes. There are women who you would describe as women who lack reproductive systems at all. Therefore, they do not have, according to you agreeing, they do not have the potential to produce large gametes, yet you would still call them women. So it seems like it is not a necessary trait that you must have the potential to produce large gametes in order to be a woman. So I will ask again, what is the necessary condition required to be a woman?
Be an adult human female.
And what's the necessary? You're kicking the can again, so I'll go down to the next house on the street. What is the necessary condition to be a female?
Same thing. Not be a male.
So anything is not a male. So my phone is a female. It's not a male. So it meets the necessary condition.
I mean, does your phone have a penis or the?
Doesn't matter. You said the
to
necessary
produce
condition
sperm?
was not. Doesn't matter. You said the necessary condition was not be a male.
So what I'm still very, very confused on is that I feel like I understand your logic of a woman being born, unfortunately, without ovaries.
You don't
and,
understand the
not
logic,
being,
Beth.
I mean, you're the one that thinks men can be women.
Beth, you don't understand the logic. And I can try to explain it to you, but you genuinely
I've never
don't, because
understood
Beth,
this logic, so I actually would love it if
Beth,
you could explain to me why you think
Beth,
men can just say that they're women.
all you're doing now is
Continue.
burden shifting. You can't provide the necessary conditions, so now you're burden shifting.
I just said with the potential to produce ovum.
Yep, and I brought up women who would be female who do not possess that potential, in which you said they're still female and they're still women. So that is not necessary. So Beth, it's not necessary. So Beth, it's not necessary. So Beth, it's not necessary. What does the term necessary mean, Beth?
Needed. You do not need to have a child.
So it's needed. So is it needed that a woman, Beth, my God, I'm really glad that house training isn't only specific to men. It's thankfully women can also lack it too.
Oh yes,
Beth,
women have been oppressed by men since the beginning of time. Now they're called trannies.
Beth, if you slur again, you will be removed from the stream. I'm just letting you know this. You know it's a slur because you used it in order to insult trans people. Don't be a fucking idiot, Beth. Okay, thanks. So again, Beth, the rules are if you slur, you get booted. Now you know it. If you want to be the martyr, you can try it, but and I'll move on to the next person. So again, Beth, the word necessary means that it must be possessed. Yet you're telling me that there are people that are women who do not possess this necessary trait that you laid out. So your logic is flawed, Beth. So do you want to be logical or do you want to just continue to be hateful?
Can I speak again?
If you can be logical, yes. If your thoughts have substance, yes.
I don't understand how it is as a woman, if a woman does not have the parts, if she, unfortunately has a illness or if she is just born that way, I don't understand how you can use that very, very small, unfortunate amount of women.
So there is no substance here. Okay. I assume that you weren't. I assume that you weren't going to have substance. I'll just ask again. What does the term necessary mean, Beth?
Why is it that you always get hung up on words and you don't actually carry the conversation?
Beth, this is a debate, Beth, and words are used in debates to help convey ideas. So I'm hung up on the fact that when you joined my stream, you said that woman was an exclusionary category. And the only way a category can be exclusionary is if it has a necessary condition. But now you're telling me that that condition isn't actually necessary. So your logic is flawed, Beth. And if you continue to be bad faith here and you continue to be disingenuous, it's going to go a different kind of direction. So I'm going to ask you again, what's the term necessary mean, Beth?
Needed.
And so is it needed? So then is it required that a woman possess the potential to produce gametes in order to be a woman?
No, as long as she's still an adult human female.
Then what is necessary to be a female, Beth? Kick the can again.
You know what? You're right. What is a female would be a mature human being without a penis, without testicles.
Great. So the way you would be a female is if you are a mature human. What's necessary to be a female is to be a mature human without a penis or testicles.
Yeah.
So if
I would
a
also
male
say
is
with
born,
the potential to carry
so
young, but
no,
I mean,
that's no,
you don't
you
have
wouldn't.
to carry a baby to be a woman.
So then it's not necessary. Great. I don't know why you keep bringing up stuff that isn't necessary. I only want to talk about what is. So if a male is born without a penis or testicles, they would be a female for you. They're a woman.
I mean, intersex people exist, and it's
That's not what
really
I asked
difficult
you.
on a
I didn't ask about
case-by-case
intersex
basis.
people. I didn't ask that. I see what happens a lot with transphobes like you is you avoid answering direct questions because you know if you did, you would just have to admit that you're wrong because your logic falls apart. So I'm going to start holding you, Beth, when I ask you a direct question. I'm going to start holding you to answering that question directly. So I didn't ask you about intersex people. I said, is a male born without a penis and testicles, are they woman or female? Because your necessary condition to be female is a mature human without a penis or testicles.
I want to answer your question, but if it's a male,
Then answer
like
it.
if it's
Then answer it. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear this. This is not substantive. I want to hear the answer to the question.
But I can't answer that question honestly
Because you're bad faith.
what you're
Got
describing. No, because you're
God,
describing a
fucking
male,
13
a baby
minutes
male.
to get there. 13 minutes to get to you being bad faith.
You're describing a baby male born without genitals. So I don't know if you're
Beth,
implying that it's
your
a
necessary
female
condition.
that was born, or if it was
Your
an
necessary
intersex person.
here. Your necessary condition to be a female is a mature human without a penis or testicles. So that means anybody who has XY chromosomes who is born without a penis or testicles is a female, correct?
I would never use someone's medical
Beth,
illness
I'm gonna
validate
I'm gonna
politics.
start muting you, Beth, because good God, it's like you can't help but be annoying. It's like you can't even help but do it. It's like you have. It's like ingrained in you that you have to be annoying today, isn't it? That was a real question. That wasn't rhetorical.
Oh no, I've always found this very, very fascinating.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. A person. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Shut up. No, you haven't. Shut up. A person who finds this fascinating wouldn't allow their logic to be so flawed. They would actually like try to come up with a grounding that is like based in some type of fact. You didn't do that.
I tried to come up with a grounding, and then
No,
you
you didn't.
compared vaginas to cars.
No, you didn't. You didn't try to come up with a grounding.
I said adult human female, and then I gave an appropriate answer for some women, unfortunately, are not born with reproductive systems or have
Beth,
to lose
you
them through
didn't give
accidents,
you didn't give an appropriate answer. You gave an illogical answer, and it's embarrassing how illogical it was. I like that when I make a statement to ground that statement in some type of logical framework that doesn't fall apart with just a blow from the wind. Your logic is like a house of cards. And now you want to.
Mind if I ask you what your?
Do I mind
if
you shift the burden? Sure, go ahead. Sure,
I mean,
let's shift the burden.
I just want to know what your definition of a woman is.
Sure, let's shift the burden.
If you're
Absolutely.
a man, I'm a woman. I'd be
sure.
interested.
Let's shift the burden. I have no problem with that. I'll give you my definition of woman. It's an adult human whose gender identity aligns with their personal schema on the female sex. Now, do I have to spend the next 10 minutes explaining to you what that means, or do you think you got it?
No, I understand that fully. I understand that fully. So where does the woman's autonomy come in? Where are we allowed to just be women?
What?
Because
No, you got wait, Beth, you got it. I'm also gonna ask a question that has no relevance. When's the last time James Cameron took a shit? There we go. Now we both asked irrelevant questions.
James Cameron. Oh, he's the Avatar guy.
Now we both asked irrelevant questions. I'm glad we both asked irrelevant questions to the conversation.
Actually, if you really wanted an honest answer, I hear Avatar comes out next year. So I think the next time James Cameron will take a massive shit will be, what is it, December 2027?
Whole club is chuckling right now, Beth. Whole club is laughing right now. Damn, you got the club in stitches right now.
I'm sorry, I don't like Avatar. I don't understand it.
Save some comedy for the rest of us, Beth. Goddamn.
What? I mean, come on. The chick with the red feathers, she was hot. I liked her.
Goddamn, Beth. Save some comedy for the rest of us. Oh boy, man. Golly.
So if you don't mind me asking, is there a problem with biological women not wanting biological men in their spaces, identifying and trying to call themselves women?
Well, I mean, there would be a problem with saying somebody is a biological man when biological just means alive. So by the nature of living, all women and all men are biological. A trans woman is also a biological woman. So yeah, if you're going, I just want biological men into my statement. Do you want to explain, or do you want to just
deeply sexist?
do you want to explain why it's
mean,
sexist, or do you want to just make platitudes?
Yeah, of course. So men and women are inherently different. We
That's it.
have
Wait,
different
Beth,
hormones. We
Beth,
grow up different.
holy shit,
we have different
Beth,
puberty.
holy shit, Beth. I thought you were going to explain it based on what I said, not based on something that has no relevance to what I said. What I said was, and maybe you struggle with breaking down a statement. So let me rephrase it. Biological just means living. So when you say someone's a biological man, all you're saying is that they're a man that's alive.
I'm
so
saying
when
that
you
he's
say,
an adult male with testosterone who's
oh,
much
but you don't know what a male,
has a
but Beth, you don't know what a male is.
Density than me,
Beth, you don't have
no
a criteria for male.
because they're just women with short
Beth,
hair.
you don't have a criteria for male. Beth,
They have to share when you have to tell.
Is
when
the
you're
real
trying
woman
to
in the room with us
tell
right now?
real women that men
Because all I hear
are
is
the
a
same
baby.
as us.
I'm going to be honest. I don't hear a real woman right now. I hear a baby who can't maintain her own logic.
I hear a grown-ass man telling women how to feel about themselves, like since the beginning
When
of
did
time.
I tell you how to when did I tell
you?
you how to feel, Beth? Specifically.
Well, you're trying to tell
No, not what I'm trying to do. When did I tell you, Beth? Nope. When did I tell you how to feel, Beth?
I mean, you
did I say you,
change the definition
Beth? Did
of
I
woman
say,
to
Beth? Did I,
include
Beth?
men, even though it's
Beth?
an exclusionary
Did I
term.
say you have to believe what I'm saying right now, or have I just asked
No, I
you
don't, and
to
neither does a
ground?
majority
Oh,
of the
so you
world,
lied
thankfully.
then, Beth? So you lied? So you lied.
I mean, you are specifically
So
trying
you lied
to tell
just now,
me
Beth?
how to feel about trans
So you
women.
lied just now, Beth?
No.
So you lied.
No.
So you're a liar.
I'm not a trans woman.
So you are a liar,
trans. I don't
Beth.
have to lie. No.
Yeah, you're a liar.
I'm not on the clock right now. I'm not getting paid. So.
No, you're lying.
Oh, I'm lying about what? That trans women are women? Because yes, that would be a
No,
lie
Beth,
inherently.
Beth,
They are men.
Beth,
They are male.
Beth.
In order to be
I'm
a trans woman,
gonna
you have
ask
to be
you
a
to do
male.
something, Beth. I'm gonna ask you to do something for me, okay? Real quick. I'm gonna ask you to do something for me, okay? This is what I want you to.
Because I don't
This
have
is
a penis.
okay. Goodbye, Beth. I hope you have a terrible day. See ya. Shout out Barbara and Steph for smiting Beth and sending them to the Shadow Realm. I hope your day goes terribly, Beth. Truly. Truly. I hope it goes terribly. For those saying it was a voice changer, it wasn't, because I could hear my voice coming back in through her mic on her phone. And if it was a voice changer, my voice coming back in would have been changed as well. But it wasn't. She is just a terrible person. It is the most annoying thing in the world when people act smug without providing an argument. It is truly so annoying to watch smug people not provide arguments. Anyway, continuing on with the day. Here we go. Finally a different topic. Coming up next is Sean. Sean from New York calling to talk about topic number 1, the Iran war being unjustified. Sean, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hi, I'm 18, and my pronouns are he, him.
All right, great. Now, Sean, I do believe the Iran war is currently an unjustified war. It's unjustified military action. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Well, I agree slightly with you, but also disagree. I agree that it is, at this point it is unjustified. The handling of the war is unjustified. The way it's been handled, how it started, also unjustified to a certain degree. And I feel like we also kind of trapped ourselves in a war by saying regime change. I'm not sure if you agree with me on that, saying, the way how the IRCG was established by Khomeini was, he handpicked all the people in position. And to have a regime change, you would need defection or, interfighting within government officials, but that wouldn't happen with the way how the IRCG is set up. So I do
So
agree
Sean,
with you
just really
as the
quickly,
current war stands, it is unjustified. Yeah.
what are the reasons stated for beginning the war?
Beginning the war?
Yeah.
I do believe that this war was bound to happen, and it was going to happen sooner or later. And I do think we need to have some sort of action for it. Now, should we have done it the way we did it? No.
But Sean, I'm just looking for the whether the war would have happened. Like, it's a different question to have the question of like, oh, would this war have happened eventually? The question is, why did it begin? Like, why specifically? What were the reasons the Trump administration said they were beginning military action in Iran?
Well, they said it was for nuke, or not nuke, but nuclear weapons.
Great. So the stated reason,
and I do
right?
Believe,
oh no, go ahead. You can finish.
I'm sorry. No, I was going to say that I do believe that even though the nuclear weapons were only at the nuclear materials only at 60%, right? And you do need, I think it's 90 or 95%. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You would need 90% to reach WMD status. But here's the issue. Yeah, so here's the issue. Here's the issue that I'm having here. The stated reason for the war, like you said, and I agree, is nuclear weapons. It was to make sure Iran does not pose a nuclear threat. However, from every single agency that looked at this, including our own threat assessment, the Arms Control Association and the Atomic Energy Agency, Iran was not building nuclear weapons. There was no proof they were building nuclear weapons. And we even stated that Khomeini, who was the Ayatollah, the person we killed, had discontinued the nuclear weapons program in 2003, and he had yet to reinstate it. So per all of the intel, they were not making nuclear weapons. So if the stated reason is nuclear weapons and they're like to prevent them from making nukes, and they were not making nukes, that would make this war based on the premise of engagement completely unjustified.
Yes, and I think I say no for one slight reason, because I personally think, and from what I've seen from news here that's come out from America and the EU, that at some point this war is going to start. And what came out from I think it was Netanyahu, or I forgot who else, and also I think it was also Ricky Rubio who said this earlier, that the war was supposed to be scheduled for June. I forget exactly who said that. But the war was planned at a certain time, and it was going to happen. And I think that even if, let's say, it didn't start the way it started now, where we just went into it, balls to the wall and didn't tell anyone, and now we're all facing the consequences for it, I think we had to do something at some point, saying, hey, even though Iran says, or to a certain degree, they say now they're not going to build anything, who knows what they're going to build next few months. And that's why, we struck, or whatever Israel calls it, a preemptive strike, put that in quotation marks. I do think it was necessary to have this war, not now, of course, but I do think it was necessary to have.
Why would it be necessary? Why would it be necessary to attack them for building nuclear weapons when they weren't building nuclear weapons?
Like I said, I agree with you that they did not have nuclear weapons at the time, and most likely the nuclear weapons would not have been built at whatever time they said they was going to be built. But
well, they weren't being built at all. They did not. Iran did not have an active nuclear weapons program. It wasn't that they literally were not building nukes whatsoever.
And that's only going according to, let's say,
that's according to
and everyone else. But
that's according to everybody. Yeah, everybody that looked at this said the same thing. They're not building nukes. They haven't reinstated their nuclear weapons program.
And what other the other, not necessarily nuclear weapons, but everything else that they've been building, the drones, the missiles, the rockets.
They all have a legal right to build. They're a country. if they want to build weapons, like we build drones, we build rockets, does that mean that somebody is justified in attacking us?
No, I would not say they're justified in attacking us, but we do not actively use our drones consistently to,
Yemen.
cause terror.
Yemen. Yemen.
Okay, yes, I will not agree. Yes, Yemen was.
Yeah, we use our drones to cause terror all over the globe.
We to a certain extent, America does not promote terror. That would be the better word.
What do you consider promoting terror?
Well, sending money to terrorist organizations is one.
We send money to Israel, and Israel's actively committing a genocide. Is that not promoting terror? We send money to the Congo, and the Congo actively enslaves its people for cobalt. Is that not committing terror? We're actively killing Cuba right now. Is that not considered an act of terror? Like, what is it? Just that the U.S. is bigger than Iran that we don't have to consider our acts of terror?
No, I never said that just because we're bigger. No, not because we're bigger.
Yeah.
But,
so
but I do not.
So, but this is what I'm saying. If the United States is doing all of this fucked up shit, we're equally as bad, if not worse. I'd probably say we're a little worse than Iran, to be honest with you, with all the pots that our hands are in.
We have our evils, and they have theirs. I wouldn't say it's more than
we are
Iran,
actively engaging in the destruction of multiple countries, like full destruction. Like we threatened Iran with a genocide. Trump literally said that if they didn't fall in line, he was going to bomb everybody there. So it's okay when our leaders say death to Iran, but it's not okay when Iran says death to America.
I never said that. I never said that it's okay for us to say death to whatever country. I never said I was agreeing with Trump to begin with.
Sure, but it's just by claiming that it's justified. That's the problem. So I shouldn't have said you said it was okay. It's the claiming that it's justified that I have the issue with.
Okay. What I mean by justified, I'm not sure if I made that 100% clear. What I mean by justified is, to a certain extent, I think, and I'm not saying just for the United States. I think this is any country that has the ability to do so. Any country should have the. I'm trying to look for the word. Sorry, give me a second. If a country has the ability to help out in a situation, no, that's not the word I'm looking for. Goodness, sorry, I'm just trying to think of a word to describe it a little bit better, so I can show you what my point is. For example, with this war, I do believe that this war was necessary to an extent for, let's say, I'm sorry for just blanking on the word.
No, that's
really
fine. But if you're
point,
saying it's necessary, you just like, what is that reason that it's necessary? If it's that Iran, if we're going off of what you said before, and it's that Iran promotes terror, so do we. So is it necessary for another country to go to war with us?
I wouldn't say necessarily to go to war, but to some extent trying to reach some sort of peace talk. And I think at some point we did try that. Right, under a different administration, under Obama administration, we tried.
But we had we might not have had a peace deal, but I mean, the Iranian nuclear deal was as peaceful as we were going to get nuclear weapons wise. Obama had them locked down to 3.9% enrichment, with the possibility, I think, to do 20% enrichment for research purposes. He had them locked down, and they were consistently staying in line with it. Trump pulls out of the deal, and not less than a year later, they're up to 60% enrichment. Kind of seems like it's not really justified then. And it kind of seems like the reason is not good reasoning.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Then I'll put it on the, I say not the flip side, but on the other spectrum, and let's say they were to start. Let's say they were to start before this whole enrichment thing incident, right? When this war was supposed to start in June, or I think that's the time that they said in June. Would that have been a better time when they're farther or closer to enrichment? Would that have been a better time to strike when they're the high chance of having a nuclear weapon?
Wait.
To start later?
They've been sitting at 60% enrichment for 10 years. We have no evidence that they were going to start enriching more in June. 10 years they've been sitting at 60% enrichment. Nine, 10 years. Well, because when Trump pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal, this was in 2016. By 2017, Iran had stated they were going to enrich up to 60%. And then they did that, and they've been there since.
Mm-hmm.
They've not gone past that 60%.
Okay.
At least according to literally every report that we have on it that's available. Now, if Trump is going to claim he has some special report that shows that they were, he needs to produce that, right? There's no reason that should be classified, right? If he's going to claim they were doing it, he's making a claim, and extraordinary claims like Iran is in creating a nuclear weapon requires extraordinary evidence, and he's produced no evidence. We can't just attack somebody off of a maybe.
Can I ask more question about just where that source for that they only stayed at 60% for the past 10 years?
Yeah, it's in our own threat assessment. It's in the assessment done by the Arms Coalition, and it's in the assessment done by the Atomic Energy Agency. All three of these assessments conclude they've not enriched past 60%, which means they've been at 60% for like 10 years.
Okay, thank you for that. I was also wondering, just I do see where you're coming from with that this war would not be justified according to you, and I will say you did enlighten me a little bit about that, about we didn't I didn't know about the 60% for the past 10 years. I thought it was more of a recent development of ever since the Trump presidency started in 2024.
Yeah, nope,
I forget.
They've been held pretty solidly at 60%. Yeah.
I was wondering, even though I was just gonna end it off at this. I was wondering, can I ask one more question about one of the other topics, just very quickly?
Sure.
About when you said Christian God is a lie. I'm not sure that's the exact words. I'm not Christian myself. I just want to know what you meant by that.
Yeah, the God of the Christian Bible has done a bunch of evil shit. And so I would label him as evil because he consistently does evil things.
Oh, okay. And that's just the stance of, he has done evil things, so that would make him evil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just wanted to have your opinion on that.
Yeah. That would be it.
Thank you. Thank you for the conversation. It was very helpful. A lot of insight. Give me some information I didn't know, and you should have a great rest of your day.
Yep. You too. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
I did close the lines. We have 3 more calls. We're going to get to all 3 of them, but I did close the lines for future calls. Those 3 calls will be our last calls, and then we'll attempt to do our giveaway on Twitch as long as everything works out. Coming up next, we have Zach. Zach is calling about topic number 3, the Christian God being evil. Zach, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hi, age 24, pronouns he, him.
All right. Now, Zach, are you Christian, first of all?
I am, sir, yes.
Great. Now, Zach, I do believe the Christian God is evil. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I do disagree. I believe that God is a loving God.
Okay, based on what?
Well, first, if you will let me, can I ask you why do you think that God is evil?
Because of the actions God has committed, such as genocide, commanding others to do genocide for him, commanding people be raped, commanding or not or allowing slavery, things like that.
Can I ask where? So the genocide, actually, I can answer that. The genocide and God casting down destruction. You're referring to the New Testament, not New Testament. I'm sorry, the Old Testament, correct?
Yep, because it's the same God.
Yes. In the Old Testament, God gave us free will because in the early Genesis, we committed the sin of eating from a tree that we were told not to eat from, and thus sin into the world. And thus, God gave us plenty of ways to forgive our sins through sacrifice, through giving back to Him, to worshiping Him. And yet, time and time again, humanity failed Him by going back to sin, by turning to idols, by
So just really quickly to stay a bit on task, Zach. It's not free will if you disobey him and he kills you. It's not really free will. That's coercion. Say you have to listen to me or I'm going to genocide all of you. It's not free will.
Well, and I'll get to where He does give us kind of free will.
Unless we deny him or unless we disobey him and then he genocides us, like with the flood.
And well, that's actually a pretty good example. He did kill everybody with a flood, but he showed mercy by giving Noah
people,
and
like
his
one person.
family.
Yeah,
that's
chance. Not okay. Let me ask you something, Zach. Put yourself in the shoes of a creator. Let's say you create a world. You, Zach. Okay, I want you to try to engage with this as honestly as you can. You create a world, and you have the complete power of what happens in that world. And you get upset with the way that this world is behaving, even though you've given them autonomy and agency to behave in whatever way they want to. You then say, I'm going to save like 6 people, and I'm going to brutally murder the hundreds of millions of other people on that planet. Does that make you good?
Yes.
Killing all of those babies, killing anybody that's pregnant, killing anybody that didn't do anything. So this would be innocent people as well. It makes you good that you saved 6 people? I think it was 6. I don't remember how big Noah's family was. How does that make you good?
It was Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their wives.
Okay, so 8.
You are right. And for most people, it would not seem as if God is a good God. But you got to keep in mind that when that happened, God could not find anyone without sin except for Noah and his family. So
the babies had sin. What did the babies do that were sinful?
Well, if you look in the Bible says that those who are unable to profess that they are with God, so they, like babies would be this, that they are not able to profess themselves yet, that they are dedicating themselves to God, they automatically go to heaven.
Killing them, brutally killing them is it doesn't matter what they suffer through the brutal deaths that they suffered, because they will eventually go. So suffering in this world doesn't actually matter.
Well, that's kind of true and untrue.
So if you were God in your universe, right? This is we're talking about you, Zach, in your universe. If you torture these people, right? If you torture, like let's say you've said all these people are bad, they have sin. Would you like strap a baby to an electric chair and pull the thing, because it doesn't really matter how they die, right? They're going to heaven, so it doesn't matter that you kill them.
I think you are twisting how it is.
I'm twisting how it is. Is drowning a violent way to go? Like,
well, yes.
Does drowning
would be
hurt?
A violent way to go.
Yeah, drowning hurts, right?
Right.
It's like pretty painful. Like people who have drowned describe it as like a very harsh thing to go through. So why did God make a bunch of babies go through that?
So that he can start the world over. That was the primary goal. So
it's okay that he did that to millions of babies. It's okay that he made millions of babies go through and absolutely, especially at that, when they're babies, they have no concept of what's happening when they're drowning. They have no idea. At least adults can be like, oh, there's a flood and I'm drowning. So they can have some sort of solace. Babies are completely unaware of the experience they're going through. So this is torture. So God tortured a bunch of babies instead of what? Also, let's remember, per the Bible, the reason he did the flood is because angels and humans were fornicating. The son of God and the woman of man were fornicating with each other. They were having sex and reproducing. They were creating the Niflheim. So why didn't God just make it so that angels didn't have penises?
Well,
seems like he could have prevented this fornication.
Even the angels had what people mainly say free will. I mean, I think the devil was an angel originally.
They could still have free will if they didn't have dicks, though, Zach, you know? They would still have free will if they don't have dicks.
Well, I mean, if we were made in God's image like we were in the Bible, why did God make us with dicks? I mean,
because God wants us to... No, Zach, you're not understanding. God wants humans to reproduce. He didn't want humans and angels to reproduce. So why even make humans and angels have matching parts?
Well, I don't know. If you have an answer, but for the flood issue, though,
I have the answer. But that's why the flood happened.
A terrible thing, and God even recognizes that what He did was a terrible thing. That's why God sent a rainbow as a sign of a promise that He would not do that again.
That makes up for all those dead babies, a rainbow, yeah. That definitely makes up for all those dead babies.
It may not make up for the dead babies at that time, but
he
basically said, hey, I will not do that again. I will not destroy the earth like that again. And fast forward to away from the Old Testament, God loves us so much that He allows us to live in sin, but He gave us a way to be forgiven for that sin. That's why He sent down His only Son, so that we may be able to be saved.
So God punished us for rules that He created, held a grudge on us for thousands of years, and to forgive us, He sent His Son to heaven to be blood sacrificed for Him.
Yes.
Why not just forgive us without having your son be blood sacrificed? Seems kind of fucked up.
And to most people, it does look like it's fucked up. But you have to keep in mind that it isn't as easy as just saying, oh, we're forgiven.
For God it is. What are you talking about? He's God. He can do anything. He could forgive us with a snap of His fingers. Forgiveness is an internal thing, right? If you, Zach, did something that hurt me, I don't need to have you jump through hoops to forgive you. I could just forgive you.
That is true. You could just forgive me. But
why didn't God just forgive us?
Undo all the damage that's done.
We didn't do any damage. What damage? We ate a fruit. What damage was there?
Well, it's more than just eating a fruit. We disobeyed a rule that was put down upon us. And so because what damage did we do? There was the consequence.
So what damage did we do?
The trust of God.
Wait. Did God know we were going to betray His trust when He put the trees there?
A lot of theologians say yes, that it was a possibility that we will.
So God knew we would betray Him, but He put the tree there anyway.
Because He gave us the free will to choose whether or not to betray.
Was it free will if we were always going to make the same choice? How's that free will? If God knows we're going to do something and we have no ability to change what God sees us do, that's not free will. That's predetermination.
We always have the ability to change what we do.
No, because God will always know what we pick. He's all knowing and he's all seeing. So he always knows before we do it, the action that we do. That's predetermination.
So I think you're misconstruing predetermination with all knowing. God does know what we're all going to do, but he doesn't do anything to stop us. Because he lets
except
us
when he killed all of us
choose
for it.
What we're going to do.
Except when he killed all of us for it.
So he killed all of them because that was the punishment that he brought down. He gave us plenty of chances.
It was
and
coercion.
Then he saw that there was no more chances. Now the coercion coercion would be forcing us to love him. But he doesn't force us.
Well, he kind of does. If I tell my child, love me or I'm going to light you on fire forever. That's not real love, is it?
That's why he gave us a new pathway by sending his son to die for our sins.
But even Jesus says that there's fire. Even Jesus says hell is a place of fire, though. Jesus says hell is specifically a place of fire and like eternal suffering.
Jesus never actually says that there's a place of fire. In fact,
you want to bet?
Nowhere in the Bible until the Revelations does it say that hell is a place of fire.
Want to bet?
Dante is in his book.
Matthew 25
is where we get the idea.
Matthew 25.
Matthew 25, the way that theologians describe it is the feeling of fire. But what it is,
that's not what Jesus says.
Separation of us from God.
That's homie. That's not what Jesus says. Jesus says specifically, you're going to go to what is the line specifically? Let me pull it up. He says, where is it? Yeah, he says, depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. He literally describes it as an eternal fire, a place of eternal fire that was prepared for the devil and his angels. Sheep and goats.
And yet some people still believe that is a metaphor of the separation of us to God, because
that would be a really incorrect reading.
Pain is into us.
That would be a reading to try to make yourself feel better, but it's not a reading based off the words Jesus actually said.
Well, it's not trying to make you feel better, because the separation between us and God is the ultimate pain.
And it's not eternal. It's not a place of eternal fire. But that's not a place I'm separate from God right now. It's not a pain at all.
Maybe not right now, but when you pass away, it could be a pain.
Why would it all of a sudden become a pain when I pass away?
Because you are forever separated from him after death. But now,
I'm already separated from him. No, he's a piece of shit. I'm already separated from him. So what would change? Nothing. Unless I'm going to a place in which that separation hurts me. Like it causes me physical suffering. In which case, a hell.
And that is the separation of God. It will hurt you.
Okay, so God does. So God does inflict physical pain on you if you don't love Him. Seems like coercion.
No, we choose to have that pain inflicted upon us.
If I tell my child, love me, or I'm going to punch you in the face, did my child choose to be punched in the face?
Well, he's not forcing us to love him, and he's not forcing us.
I'm not forcing the child either. I'm saying if they don't, I'm going to punch them in the face.
Well, you are misconstruing that. You think that God is still as if he is in the Old Testament. He's no longer that vengeful, jealous God.
You just said he causes us suffering if we don't choose him.
No, I said we
created
ourselves.
Did God create a realm in which when we die, if we don't believe in him and we don't love him, we will go to, and in that realm, we will experience suffering?
We do experience suffering, and he did create a realm, but only when we choose to go into that suffering.
So if I build a room and I line that room up with glass shards on the floor, So I've built a realm in which you will suffer. And I say to you, Zach, love me or you go into that room. Was it, if you don't love me and you go into that room, was that your choice?
Well, no, it's not like that, though.
It's exactly like that.
So there's the room. There's not the room. You made the choice to not accept God.
So did you. You didn't accept me, and then I threw you in the room. Yep, that's exactly what happened.
He's not throwing us in the room. We are throwing ourselves in the room.
Yes, exactly. You put yourself in this room by not loving me, and that's why your feet are covered in glass.
And yet we have multiple chances.
I gave you multiple chances. I asked you
room.
multiple times if you loved me. I gave you multiple chances. This analogy is 1-to-1, friend.
Well, I'll say this. Even after death, God will still love you, but he will respect your choice to not love him. And that
is it respecting my
why,
choice if he punishes me for it? Doesn't seem like he respected my choice. Seems like he's pretty pissed off about my choice.
He is respecting our choices to not follow his path.
By punishing us?
Even if that means, well, that's the thing. We are punishing ourselves. Because we choose.
I didn't put myself in the suffering room. God did. God built it. He put the glass on the floor and he put me inside when I die. When I die, I don't become a ghost who can go where I want. God chooses where I go. He chose me to go into the suffering room.
Well, I feel like we'll have to just agree to disagree there.
I'm sure.
Well, you know what? I do appreciate you allowing me to come in here and talk with you, and I do hope that you do good in your life. I hope you have a great day, great rest of your week. I love you. God loves you, and I hope you have a great day.
I hope God doesn't love me. Goodbye. God put us in the chokey. He's in the chokey, miss. In the chokey. Oh, boy. 2 more calls. Coming up next is Jonathan. Jonathan is calling to talk about trans men and women being men and women. Jonathan, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
29. Yeah.
All right. Now, Jonathan, I believe trans men and women are men and women. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Yes, I do disagree. I disagree because I think it's tied to the phenotypic expression of genes.
What genes specifically?
XY, sex genes.
So your sex chromosome. So in order to be a woman, you must possess what genes?
XX.
And is this necessary to be a woman?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have the ability to use Google right now?
No.
Okay. I'm going to pull something on the screen. You can, if you have stream up, you can see it. If you don't have stream up, you can go see it later. So I'm going to put something on the screen really quickly. What I have up on the screen right now, it is a case study. It's called Pregnancy and Delivery in a Patient with Pure 46XY Karyotype. Summary of actual knowledge about XY women. This is a woman who had a pure 46XY karyotyping. You have a lot of background noise, John.
Okay.
If I'm on speaker, if you could take me off. They had a pure 46XY karyotyping. They were able to get pregnant via IVF, and they were able to give birth. Now, John, you did say to me that it is necessary for a woman to possess XX chromosomes in order to be a woman. So what gender would this person be that gave birth?
They're X. If they're XY, they'd be male.
So males can give birth.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So this person is a male, in your opinion?
Yeah, XY chromosomes, yeah, they'd be male.
You don't see the silliness of what you're saying right now.
No, I don't think that's silly.
No, you don't think that's silly.
No.
Okay,
And
so
my stance is if they have XY chromosomes, it's a male, and they have XY chromosomes, it doesn't matter if they give birth.
do males typically have vaginas?
Typically, no, they don't.
But some males do have vaginas.
I suppose in some rare cases, yeah.
And some males naturally secrete breast milk.
I suppose, yeah. If in that case study it showed that they did, then.
And males have uteruses.
If the case study says so, yeah.
Okay, so instead of just agreeing that trans women are women, instead you'd like to take this cisgender woman and label her a man.
Sure. I mean,
do you think she'd be appreciative of that?
What is a male? I don't know her. I don't know. But what? Well, let me ask you. It's a debate, right? So it's an exchange of ideas. What is a male or a female to you? I suppose.
A male would be somebody who typically produces small gametes, and a female would be a human that typically produces small gametes, and a female would be a human that typically produces large gametes.
Okay, and that's all that it takes.
That's the way I would define it. Yes.
What about others who may not, produce large gametes and they say that they're a female?
That's why I use the word typical. That's why I use the word typically.
Okay, so there are exceptions in your case as well?
Well, yes, because I'm not placing a necessary condition. You placed a necessary condition. So there are no exceptions in your case.
But without a condition, then anybody can say anything, right? So anybody could choose to be or feel that they are male or female, and it is so.
Could anybody choose without a necessary condition? Not if you're not if you're using cluster categorization.
No, but let's say, a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, I decide, I truly feel like I'm a female now. I mean, why would you think stop me? I don't know. I can't tell what's going to happen in 3 years. People change their mind all the time. But what would?
Why do you think?
Can I do that?
Why do you think you would feel like a female? That's what I would say. I would ask why you feel this way.
Okay. And I said, I don't know. I agree with. I feel like I align more with the values. I feel like I blend in with them better, or I don't know. I don't know the exact reason why. But some people say that. Some people change. Some people don't realize until they're much older. Some people change their mind. But they may not.
Yeah, again, I would ask you why. I would ask you why.
I don't know all the reasonings. I can't tell what their reasonings are. I don't know everybody or what their exact reasonings are.
Well, then I would have no idea if you're actually a female or not, because you're not telling me the why.
But what does the why matter? Do you have to know their condition or why they choose to identify as it for you to consider them?
Yes.
As a male or female?
Yes.
So you have discernment over whether they're male or female.
No.
They don't have discernment over them.
No. Just that the why matters. Somebody could say, well, I associate with femininity and not be trans. They could just be a drag queen. Right. And that would be them realizing that the why is because they like dressing up feminine, but that they like, that's why I asked the why. The why is pretty important here. Not that I determine based on the why, but that the why helps determine your actual gender.
What are the conditions that need to be met? I suppose. Like what is it that needs to be met? I don't actually know. It's a genuine question.
What is it? What is it? What has to be met for what?
Labeled as male or female. If you have somebody who sing,
if you're asking the necessary conditions, which is different than a definition, right? A definition is just like a broader thing that helps us understand what a thing is. If you're asking me the necessary conditions, I wouldn't place it on an exclusionary category, so I don't necessarily have a necessary condition. What I would say is it's going to be an amalgamation of the 5 different sexual traits, and via those amalgamations, we would see where you fall more on the bimodal distribution model, and that will help determine whether you're male or female. And that can be changed depending on how those traits change.
So is it a case-by-case basis?
Yeah, probably.
So there's no defining category. It's just kind of...
Well, again, I don't view sex on a binary scale where you're either one thing or another. Sex would be on a bimodal distribution model. And with that, it would depend on the different amalgamation of sex traits you have of the 5 main, which is chromosomes, internal and external genitalia, hormone production, and what's the last one? Gonads.
Well, those would be phenotypic expressions of sex. Sex is going to be
that's what yes, no. Your genotype is just one aspect of sex, and your genotypic expression is part of what we look at. So we look at your chromosomes, and then we look at the other. This is just like basic biology. This is how sex is defined. This is how sex is categorized in biology. You look at an amalgamation of the 5 traits and see where on the distribution model you fall.
Okay, and how is that ranked?
How's that linked to what?
How is it ranked?
How is it ranked by what? What do you mean by how? What do you mean by how is it ranked?
You're talking about this model, right? And you say there's 5 ways to measure it, and depending, you see where you fall. So, I mean, the way you're saying it seems like, okay, we're gonna rank these 5 categories, and if you fall male enough, then we'll call you a male. If you fall female enough, we'll call you female.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're specifically asking right now.
Well, if you're saying that it's ranked off of these 5 things, there are conditions that need to be met to be considered male female.
So it's not about having those conditions met. It's about what does the distribution of those conditions tell us. Everyone's going to fall somewhere on that, and it's looking at what it tells us.
I guess where I'm confused is your argument deviates from the norm, I suppose. For the most part, people say, I'm a male or I'm a female. Trans people may say that because they feel that they align such, but they don't go through and get these medical diagnoses all the time.
Just FYI, we've been using a bimodal distribution of sex in biology for fucking decades. And that bimodal distribution model has just expanded the more differences in sex disorders of sex developments that we find. That distribution model just becomes wider.
It started in the 60s, but it's not like it's some people still debate against it, but I guess whenever the part that's difficult is whenever there's no. So if somebody says that they are male and they believe that they're male, they have the female.
If we're talking sex, I don't. Hold on. If we're talking sex, I don't determine what your sex is by what you feel, because that's sex. I'm not talking about sex. We're talking about gender. Right. Gender would be an internal sense of self. Sex is about your placement on a spectrum. Like your sex is about, so like, if you're talking about gender, that's definitely related to an internal sense of self. Sex is not an internal sense of self.
And male and female, whenever we use it colloquially, it's defined based off your gender, right? Not your sex. Do you agree on that?
No, male and female would be defined by your sex.
Male and female is defined by sex.
Male and female, yes, is defined by sex, not gender.
Okay. So then, I don't know. I suppose I figured male, female is gender identity when somebody says that they're male or female.
Male and female would be sexual classifications based on traits. Man and woman would be gendered, so that's based on an internal sense of self.
Oh, I see. Okay, my mistake. So then, man or woman. Okay. So then, trans men, trans women. Then I guess, like I said, I guess I'm a little. The hard part is trying to understand the argument, because if somebody says that they're a trans man and they were classified by, I guess, society as a woman, and then they have to take they have to take this test to see how they rank. But that's not typically what's done. So
what are you asking?
What makes them right about, their classification themselves?
What makes them right about their gender classification?
Yeah.
Because the only person that knows what your gender is you. You're the only it's an inner sense of self. So the only person that can know the answer to that question is you. Just like any identity is an internal marker.
Okay. So the only criteria then to be classified as a man and woman is how you feel about yourself.
No, I would say the criteria is a bit more complex if we're getting into the neuroscience and like the psychology of it. But like on just a base level of how you identify yourself, like the act of identifying oneself would just be a person like introspectively looking at their identity and determining what they are.
So it's self-classification.
Self-classification is the only way. Like self-ID is quite literally the only way we can operate when it comes to like knowing someone's gender. It's quite literally the only way we can do it. No other way is functional.
It just seems,
I don't know what someone's chromosomes are when I meet them, right? Like I can literally only take what they tell me. I don't know what's in somebody's pants when I meet them. I can only take what they tell me. So self-ID is the only way gender has worked forever. I could take a guess, but you would take a guess on this woman with XY chromosomes and you would call her a woman and you would, according to you, would be wrong.
I would be wrong, yeah.
So guessing doesn't work.
Not always. But I guess I figured, man, female is the genotypic expression, but if it's how you feel on the inside, what would, I don't know, it's hard to kind of argue against that then. I mean, if somebody is
gender, much like a litany of things that we engage with in our physical lives, is an internal sense of self. It's something internal. Just like religion is an internal sense of self. Like, right? Whether you're religious comes from inside, like, right? Just like love is an internal feeling. Like it's a subjective internal thing. Like I can't tell you if you love someone. Only you can tell people if you love someone. Gender is the same way. I can't tell you if you're a man. Only you can tell me if you're a man.
Okay. I suppose there's no real. Well, why did that? I don't know if you want to go into that, but when did that become the norm? It used to, I don't know.
I don't know an exact date.
Until I think the 60s.
I don't really.
But
I don't know an exact date, and I don't really necessarily care about when it happened. Right? I don't really care like when we start. I mean, the self-ID thing has always been the case, like forever. Because you got to remember, we didn't have science, we didn't have karyotyping for the longest time in human history. So we only could take somebody at their word, whether they were man or woman.
Well, man or woman is just how somebody chooses to identify or how they feel about themselves on the inside. Then why even have those classifications to begin with if there's
why do we classify love differently than we classify liking something? Why do we classify those two different ways? It's just a way to help us. It's
and all that stuff. And
but that's just it. It's just it's not measurable at all, right? There's no way to functionally measure love.
You can level them, measure the levels of oxytocin release, all the different.
That doesn't tell you if you love something, right? Again, there's no functional difference in that from loving something to just liking something a lot. So there's no difference in like what we can measure. It's just we as humans like to classify things, and love is a way that we found classifies this immense feeling, whereas gender, man and woman, would be a way that classifies our internal senses of self.
But what is there to classify with?
I can't hear you, Jonathan. There's too much wind.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that if man and woman is just how you choose to identify, there's nothing linked. Like we can kind of describe love in a way. You can describe the feelings or kind of how you feel about something, or like what there is not something that's exactly measurable, but there are traits that you can identify with it. If man and woman is just what you say you are, there's no traits to identify in a typical man, or like even a majority. So
there's no traits for love. Like there are no traits that are not subjective.
You know how you feel somebody. Like,
Jonathan,
and
say
we
the
all kind
sentence
of
again.
understand.
Say the sentence again.
I said, you, yeah, no, you know how you feel when you love somebody, right? You
There
know
you
these
go.
things.
You
There
know how you feel when
do.
you're a man, and trans women know how they feel when they're trans women, and trans men know how they feel when they're trans men. Thank you.
But what I'm saying is, like,
Jonathan, you can't take something and go, well, we can just accept it based on how people know how they.
I'm not taking it away. Don't worry, I'm not going to take it away. I'm not going to say I take that away. But what I'm saying is that, I'm sorry, the wind's getting there again. What I'm saying is that, okay, so yeah, so you can know how you feel, but again, it kind of comes down to, like, then you're subscribing to that there is something that is different about being a man or a woman, right? If a man, and there is something that's different, and
Yes,
you have to identify,
men
you
feel
identify with
differently
it.
internal than women feel differently.
But every person is different, right? Not all men feel the same way. Not all women
And not
feel
all
the same
people
way.
feel love the same way.
How do you really know then?
Not all people
Right?
feel love the
How-
same way. So how do I really know that you love anything? You don't feel love the same way I do. So how do I know that you love stuff?
Good question. I don't know.
There you go.
But more into that. I don't know. Well, I suppose that's it for now. So thank you for your time.
No problem. Oh, I'm beat. All right, one more call. I don't know that this one's a full-on debate, so let's just see what we got. Coming up next is Mansour. How do I pronounce your name, friend, so I don't get it wrong?
Mansour, that was very good. I appreciate that. It's okay.
No
I understand it's not
problem.
English.
All right, Mansour, what's your age and pronouns, please?
29 and he, him. You know, Joven, I'm a longtime follower, longtime fan. What's your age, man? I see your he, him thing in the Instagram bio. What's your age?
33.
Okay. So first and foremost, peace and blessings be upon you, brother. I have no problem with the 5 other topics. I've seen your content and the things of that nature have to deal with them, right? Obviously, the war in Iran is unjustified. You know, sex and gender are 2 separate things. You know, one is biological, one is a social construct. What's for gender affirming care for minors? Obviously, I would take a doctor's advice over what some person on Facebook has to say. MAGA is generally uneducated.
Can you just, Mansour, can you just take like a step back from your mic? There's a lot of peaking. So it's just peaking a bit.
A lot of what?
Just like peaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. My phone is
you're
very
speaking
bad.
very loudly into it.
Oh, okay. My apologies. That just might be my passion. And then obviously systematic racism and white privilege exists. But I want to understand your take on the Christian God is evil.
Yeah, what about?
I've never seen a clip, I've just never seen any clips like when I've watched your reels and stuff like that, right? I've seen you talk about the other things, but I've never seen you talk about this. So I just kind of wanted to hear your take and go from there.
Yeah, sure. The Christian God is evil because he has caused immense and untold suffering for no reason. Suffering that he could have not done and achieved whatever goal he still wanted to achieve. So the suffering could only have happened because he derived some sort of pleasure from it.
Okay.
And realistically, this would be any Old Testament, any God of the Old. If your religion has the Old Testament in it, then your God is also evil. I just know the most about Christianity.
Right. That was my follow-up was because you're saying the Christian God, you're talking about the God of the Old Testament, New Testament, right? God of the Bible. Because I myself am not Christian. I heard you in the other ones ask the other guy because he was Christian in it. I've been on hold for an hour. But I myself am Muslim. And so I know that we have kind of different takes on things that have to deal with
but
this.
unfortunately, your God is
I didn't know
evil.
if it bled over.
Unfortunately.
Well, so this is okay. So then this is what I'm getting at. Are you? Because I just told you I'm Muslim. What is your faith background then? What do you label yourself as? I'm actually not
an
sure.
atheist.
Okay, understood. I didn't know. Yeah, atheist, agnostic. Okay. So do you then believe, right, then the Old Testament are actual words from God, written down by, the authors of the Old Testament? Because that's where, a lot of this genocide that you've spoke of, right, the Great Flood, things of that nature, are talked about. Or do you believe that it was men seeing the stories, the chaos, the cataclysmic events around them, and then prescribing them from God, right? Like,
I mean,
what was it, Amalek?
I believe it didn't happen, but the worldview of the religion does. So like
Okay,
the
so we're going to talk from the
worldview of
Christian perspective.
Yeah, whenever I have these conversations, it's from imagine the Bible imagine the Bible is Lord of the Rings. Obviously,
Okay.
Sauron doesn't exist and was written down by a man
Yeah.
personifying whatever. But in the context of the story, Sauron is a real being that has committed actions. So in the context of the story, that
Fair.
is any Old Testament, by any book with the Old Testament in it, by the context of those stories, that being who committed the actions of that story is evil. And probably New Testament too.
Fair.
Honestly, he's still pretty evil in the New Testament.
Okay, I'll play along then. With this in mind. So I'm going to backtrack just a little bit. I was trying to explain this to the person that I'm assuming moderates before you get into the call. That when it comes to debate, I don't like this very modern take on debate where it's like, hey, you have a point, I have a point, let's yell at each other until someone agrees to disagree. I take it from a Socratic point, which is like, you have a gift, I have a gift, let's share our gifts to one another, and then, everybody in the crowd who listens, right, because it's a living dialogue. So you were saying that my God as well then, right, being Muslim, would then also fall upon this as well. Like you said yourself that you were familiar with the Christian God and with obviously the things in the Bible. Are you familiar then with the Quran?
Not as much, but just to
Okay.
cut off the head, if your God did the flood, he's also evil. If your God
Right.
did Moses,
So,
he's also evil. If your God
right.
if your God contains the omni properties, he's evil. If your God contains the omni properties and is supposedly all good, he's evil.
Okay. So then, two things with that. One, Surah 3, or chapter, if you want to use the English, chapter 3, verse 7 of the Quran, to paraphrase, essentially says that the things that are presented in front of you are parables, more or less, to help us understand the similitudes, right? And those who debate, what's real and what isn't, is more or less, I wouldn't say idiotic. It's hard to translate that into English properly. But the Abdullah Yusuf Ali, I think, is a great English text. In case you wanted to study up on the Quran yourself, please use the Abdullah Yusuf Ali.
Let me ask you a question from the Islam perspective. Do you guys believe your God is all good?
Yes.
Does he possess the omni properties?
Yes, we call it the 99 beautiful names, right? All loving, all knowing, greatest judge, most high, etc., right?
And all powerful is in there as well.
Correct. Yeah.
And your God is evil.
Okay. So
I don't even need to get even though I don't know the Quran, I don't even need to get into it because we can just take it from the problem of evil perspective, which is that an all powerful, all knowing, all seeing being cannot be all good if suffering exists in the world.
Well, so let's do two things with that. One, let's go back to the flood because that's the really easy one to talk about since that's a story everybody's familiar with.
Well, we really can't. If you're saying that these are not real events that happened, right? Then there's no reason to talk about the flood. The only reason I would bring up the flood is if you believe that this is a real event that really happened, that God did flood the earth. If you don't believe God flooded the earth, there's no, I don't actually think the earth was flooded, right? Again, we wouldn't be operating in the text in that way. If you're saying this is just a parable, then fine. We actually need to talk about the problem of evil.
Okay, understood. Then let's talk about evil. So, right, I don't want to do the Adrian Peterson whatever take of define what? Define evil. I'm not going to do all that. I think we can get to the root of it when we talk about, evil refers to, I'm assuming this is when you say evil, right? Profound immorality, wickedness, or the intention to cause significant harm and suffering, right? But this is when talking about man. This is talking about, obviously, if you or I or anybody else in the world went out and did these things, right?
I hold God
when
to
it
the
talks
same
about
standard
from
as
the
man. In fact, I
Well,
hold
hold
God
on.
to a higher standard.
No, I completely understand. So then but this is what I'm talking about, the theological and philosophical level, right? This is defined as the privatation or absence of good or direct opposition to a divine force, right? Or the divine force, I should say, because it capitalized.
Let me ask you a question. Let me just walk you through this and see
ahead.
what you believe. Do you believe evil exists in the world?
I'm going to say no, only because of a conversation I've had in like philosophy before, where when we say something is evil, like when we say racism is evil, right? We then like mythologize.
You don't believe
what I mean?
You don't believe in like demons, like if you believe in a
we
god,
use
do you
the
believe
term
in
jinn
demons?
in Islam, which is like
Sure,
spirits,
are they evil?
essentially. It's just like man. Some men are good, some men are bad.
Okay. So evil
Correct.
doesn't
And
exist.
same with angels, because I know you were talking about like, oh, the sons of God, talking about angels. Angels don't have free will. We don't believe in the, like, oh, Lucifer rebelled and then the angels, a third of the arm. We don't believe in that.
Mhm.
Angels are just divine beings. They have no free will. They just do the good, right? Because then how could you determine what's a good and a bad angel? You know what I mean? If this being of light or whatever, right? Because, there's many depictions. How would you know then whether
So
to
here's
trust them or
the issue. If within your worldview you're saying evil just doesn't exist, well then there's not much conversation to be had. Because you're just saying evil, there's
like,
no
do
such thing as
synonyms.
evil.
But we can do the synonyms, right? Wickedness, immorality, right?
What would be the
I just
point
think
of the
that evil
synonym?
is like, when you talk about a spectrum, right? When you talk about a spectrum, right? Evil is like that absolute 0 from like scale of 1 to 10. Like if you're like, oh,
If I tomorrow
good.
took a machete and I just was bored, so I went and hacked up 100 babies, was that evil?
Absolutely terribly wrong. This is where I was going to lead to with this.
What if it's 1,000 babies?
Do you believe that once evil, always evil? Do you believe that once evil, always evil? There is no coming back?
I believe that no. For some people, maybe.
See, well, that's what I'm getting at.
Maybe there might be some people who are always evil.
If you did that awful thing, which obviously I know you wouldn't, we do extremes, right?
But was me doing it evil? Was me doing that evil? Was the action evil?
I'd say the act. The act is. I would say the
evil,
act is.
Evil
right?
acts. Here, take it from this. Get rid of evil. Get rid of evil. Get rid of evil. Does suffering exist?
Suffering, of course, exists.
Great.
This is why I say we can use synonyms.
Great. Let's talk about suffering. Can God prevent suffering?
I'd say so, yes.
Okay. Does God know about all the suffering that's happening in the world?
Of course, with being all-knowing, yes.
Great. Does God want to prevent suffering? Does God want us to suffer?
He wants to test us. The Islamic perspective is that everything is a test, whether or not we pass or fail, and that
so
brings
he does
us
want us to
further
suffer
away from him.
Because suffering would be the test. So he does want us to suffer.
There are times where we cause our own suffering, and there are times where there's like the innate fate of something happening. That's kind of see. Here's the thing, right? I guess this is way more out there theological, right? How do you know that it came from God? That's like an argument for thousands of years. How do you know that this is truly from God? That God
I'm not even worried about that. I'm not even worried
suffering?
about that. I'm not even worried about that. Take a direct example. A baby getting cancer will suffer. The people around it will suffer. Does God want that suffering to happen? If he does want that suffering to happen, if he does want that suffering to happen, he's not an all good being. An all good being would not want somebody to suffer that can prevent it, if they can prevent it. And if he doesn't want that suffering to happen, why does he allow that suffering to happen?
So here would be the why. Because then if the idea is like, okay, nothing bad happens to babies, right? Then nothing bad happens to let's say, okay, now nothing bad, somehow cosmic judge, babies are born with this automatic immunity from cancer and all these awful things. Well, then
Seems pretty
where
good.
would it cut off? Children at 5? Like, when do you suddenly now you are allowed to suffer, right? When are you
Seems
suddenly now allowed to have cancer?
yeah.
When are
Yeah,
you
it
suddenly
seems
allowed to like feel pain? Like, if you do this cosmic judge thing, right? If like 18, or you've seen the movie In Time, right? When you hit 25, now your 1 year starts, and you start. I don't know if you're familiar with that movie.
Mansour.
If 25, sorry.
If God is all powerful, God could have devised a system that is completely fair in which this happens and we don't face unnecessary suffering. Right? You're trying to say like, well, how does
Correct,
God
but
make this
that's
determination and how does he do? So God does want us to suffer here on earth.
Correct, to test us. And then when we go beyond
Okay.
that, again,
Why
the
would
no
an all
suffering, the
good
place of no
God?
suffering
Why wouldn't
is
an all
heaven.
good God?
You
Why would
can't
an all good
appreciate.
Wait, why would an all good God need to test us? Why wouldn't an all good God just want everybody at all times to not suffer?
Well, but then we're getting back into like Islamic theology when we talk about like, because we don't believe in the eternal fire and all of that, right? When we say like, oh, like you, Joven, you yourself profess to be an atheist, right? And let's say you die tomorrow, God forbid, and then it happened right in front of you. You're standing in the fire. Well, wouldn't that be enough evidence for you to be like, well, I'm now in the eternal fire? I do believe then all these preconceived notions that I'm aware of, the axioms of like this is hell.
I don't
then
know what
there's a
this
God,
I don't know what
et cetera, et
this
cetera.
I don't know what this has to do with the point I brought up.
I'm saying that then, right, we talk about if you even have the grain of a mustard seed of faith in your heart, he would pull you out of that fire.
I would
That's what
hope
I'm
he
getting
wouldn't.
at, right? And that's the thing, when you talk about suffering, right? The idea of like, you don't know how good it is, to lay in a beautiful bed if you haven't like had to lay on the floor, right? This is what it is. And
What?
again, if we're going back to like the idea
So wait.
of
If a baby dies before it's conscious, where has the ability to experience? Does it go to heaven?
So, but that's what I'm getting at. Again, you go back to if a baby can't die, then when do we cut off?
No. Please just wait.
If
Wait. Please just answer that question. If a baby dies before it's able to experience the world in any relevant way, does it go to heaven?
Yes.
Okay, but it didn't experience suffering, so how can it understand the
But
joy
again,
that is
we're
heaven?
trying to argue with an all-knowing God. Like, let me
arguing
draw
with
back
you.
to the conclusion. No. Let's draw back to the conclusion.
No,
of it,
but
of the
Mansour,
idea
your premise is that
Of
the
course.
reason we suffer is because we can't
That's one
appreciate heaven
One
because
reason.
without knowing that
One reason, not
suffering.
all reasons.
But if a baby dies
One
before
reason.
experiencing any suffering, then it also
One
wouldn't
reason.
know. Mansour.
That's one reason we experience suffering.
Mansour,
It's not all reasons. I can't go all for.
Mansour, if you watch my content, you know how much it annoys me when people interrupt me specifically.
I'm so sorry.
So again, obviously that's one reason. We're analyzing your reasons, but this reason doesn't logically hold because your claim is in order to appreciate heaven, you must know suffering. That's why God makes us suffer. But there are plenty of people, thousands upon millions upon billions of them, that would have died without ever having known suffering. So they don't appreciate heaven?
And Joven, this is why I was trying to cut you off, because that's why I was just trying to tell you that's only one reason.
Then why bring that reason
suffering.
up if the minute we start to analyze that reason, you go, well, actually, there's other reasons. Okay, then that first reason doesn't matter. And there was no reason to bring it up to begin with.
To Joven, but you also don't act like I wasn't also cut in as well. Like, come on, man. I am trying to respect you and not interrupt.
Yes, but if you bring up a point,
this is like a 2,000
don't bring up
argument.
Don't bring up a point if you don't want it analyzed. That's all I'm saying is don't bring up a point if you don't actually want that point deconstructed. What's the point of it?
Then that's the minute I want to talk about the cosmic. Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying the minute I start deconstructing the point, you're like, well, that point doesn't actually matter. Let's talk about this one. Okay, why bring up that first point in the first place?
It does matter, but not to the baby concept, right? When you pull to that's why I was cutting you off with the whole baby thing. I didn't want you to go down and talk for however long, because that's not the point of that suffering then, right? That's why I was like, nope, cut it, because it has nothing to do with the baby suffering. That'd have to do with you as a conscious being understanding suffering in the test, right? But when it comes to,
hold
again,
on,
talking about
Mansour, but I need this
Go ahead.
answered. If it is, if the
Of course,
reason
I
why,
will.
if part of the reason why suffering is required is because in order to appreciate heaven, you must know suffering, how do you account for the millions upon millions of beings that didn't understand suffering before they went to heaven?
Correct. And so when you talk about, again, it's not only suffering is the only reason why you would appreciate heaven. You would be able to appreciate heaven regardless, because your brain can't even function or can't even grasp the concept of perfection, right? You would infinitely get closer to perfection. You'd be at 99.999% perfection. You could keep the nines going, and it would still feel something that you wouldn't have felt before. You would get infinitely closer to perfection. You wouldn't be able to grasp it. And yes, I know we can do the counter argument of, well, then why doesn't everyone just automatically go to heaven and then have this perfection? Right. But again, this is why the Islamic perspective is that hell that we talk about, which babies would be immune from, right? It's when it's a reasonable age, so not even people who have mental deficiencies, right? Because the 5 automatic forgivenesses in Islam is ignorance, right? If you were born in a time before Islam, I shouldn't even say before Islam, like if this was like Unga Bunga first Homo sapiens, right? And you have an ignorance to religion, well, then there you go. Ignorance, and if something was an accident, it would be forgiven, right? I didn't mean to hit someone. I like yawned, put my arms out, I hit them. That's not a sin that's counted against me. If it's a medical condition, so that would mean like, you know, autism, if I can't fast for Ramadan because I'm a forced scenario, if it's a sin that obviously not to eat pork, right? That's something everybody
Mansour,
understands.
you're not,
If it was forced down my throat. Sorry.
Mansour, I've been letting you talk, hoping that you would get to a conclusion here, but you're
I'll
not.
cut it to the next point. The cosmic judge of if a baby can't die, if a baby cannot suffer, then why would anybody go past being a baby? If 18 was the arbitrary number that everybody starts suffering, why would anybody turn 18? Everybody would kill themselves.
That's not a point I'm making
old
here. That's not a point I've even relevantly made. So I don't know why we're talking
because
about
of the idea of you saying, why does the baby suffer then?
No,
Because
Mansour, you're not even understanding why I'm asking that question. What I'm saying is, if the statement is suffering is required to understand the kingdom of heaven, if that is the point,
it's just one. No,
what's
it's
the
not
other?
only.
What's the other point of suffering?
Because it has to be random. That's what I'm saying. Suffering
What do you
also has to
mean?
be random because
Why?
Because again, if suffering was a thing that just like we knew when suffering was going to happen, we would end it before that suffering occurred.
What is the point of suffering it at all? Why does suffering have to exist at all?
I mean, that's just the laws that are put. That's so beyond me. Again, our understanding.
That's a cop-out. This again, we're talking about God being good. Why would a good God want us to suffer? It doesn't make any logical sense.
We can't understand that.
That's a cop-out answer.
I get that. And Joven, I completely understand that. I guess that's kind of the unanswerable question. That's the thousands-of-year-old question of why do we suffer? Again,
the
in
reason
Islam,
is because God's not good. He relishes in us suffering. He's not a good being.
Fair. That's fair.
He wants
that's why
us to
religion
suffer.
Isn't for everyone. I completely understand. That's why it's, again, even in Islam, for you is your way, for me is mine. If you say, I don't agree that suffering should happen, then by all means, I can't. I'm not going to make you become a Muslim. That's not even the point of the conversation.
Mansour, I am out of time. I'm out of time on the calls today.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry, man. Peace and blessings be upon you, brother. I wish we could have gone on further. It's a very deep conversation.
Okay. You didn't answer the questions. How could we have gone on further? Okay. That's our stream for today. I'm going to try to run this giveaway on Twitch, but oh my God, what the fuck's going on with my mouse? Okay, there we go. I'm going to try to run these giveaways on Twitch. This giveaway. Pray, chat, that the bot works. I just like, if you're just going to cop out to, well, we don't know because it's God. That's just a cop out. You're having faith that this God is good with no clear evidence, when I think the evidence tells us the opposite. A good God wouldn't fucking whatever. If you're watching on Instagram, come to Twitch if you want to enter the giveaway. for merch. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to do the giveaway, come to Twitch. Okay, goodbye. And Twitch, somebody figure out who I should raid at the end of stream. I'm just like, come on, dude. Welcome to giveaways. You need to mod Streamlabs in your chat. But I'm pretty sure I did that already, Twitch. I can double check. Yeah, they're already a moderator, so please fucking work this time. Okay, t-shirt giveaway started. Let's see if it works. Type in exclamation point, enter, and let's see if this works. Anybody? Anybody? Is it anybody? It literally said it. Nobody's typing. Oh, a bunch of you are typing. It's not showing up on my end. Oh. Yeah, it's still not working. What the fuck? Just put everyone's name into a picker wheel. It's crazy. What happens if I just close entries? Can I pick a winner? No, it literally says 0 entries. Let me try a different giveaway thing. What if I do this one? Try this. Nope. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, here we go. Streamlabs not logging events. This can affect giveaways. Streamlabs not recognizing new followers or other events. Reconnect Twitch account. Let's try that one. Unmerge. Try to remerge. Okay. Let's retry. Do a new giveaway. Maybe that will help. Permission, everybody. Timer. Value in minutes. All right. Try that one. Nope. Okay, everybody stop typing. Everybody stop typing. Everybody stop typing. Oh, I need emote only off. Case space. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if other commands are working. Like, is it that all commands are broken? Oh. I think that's what it is. I think all commands are broken. Oh, it's just all the commands are not working in the chat. That's what it is. That's what's happening. Oh, okay. Okay, let's find out why. Okay, so Nightbot is here. Where's Streamlabs? Oh, well, that's concerning. So Nightbot is here and it has permissions, but none of Nightbot's... None of Nightbot's commands are going through. Okay, that's part of what's wrong here. That's part of what's going on. Okay. Nightbot. Integrations. Discord, no. Dashboard. Oh, see, it's not even seeing anything. Okay, Nightbot, you're having some issues. That's what's going on. Okay. Settings, connections. Okay, let me make Nightbot not a moderator. Unmod Nightbot. Speaking of the devil, has the Nightbot auto commands been working? Like, has it been doing its timer commands? I don't think it has. What the fuck? Authorize. Wow, none of these are working. Nightbot isn't. Something about has an issue. I feel like going tonight. Have him leave the channel and come back. Do most of the time. How do I do that? Here we go. Leave channel. Join channel. Okay. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, Nightbot's back. Okay. So now, let me try the giveaway. Active chatters. keyword. Next. Next. It hasn't started yet. If you type anything, it's not going to work. Okay. Let's see if this works. So type in !join, and that should enter you in for a chance to win the Nightbot raffle. That's working. Okay, got it. Nailed it. Figured it out. I figured it out, baby. Good golly, that was annoying. While you guys do that for a couple minutes, I'm going to try to find someone to raid. You were saying raid Ari? I could. But there could also be people that I've never seen before that might want to raid. You know? Let's peep the leftist tags. Oh, Riverboat Jack is live.
On action everywhere else. Yep, it's theirs. So if there's any type of actions against it, it's just absolutely up.
How drunk do you think he's gonna be?
United States, you are sometimes penniless, and yet you work hard.
All right, everybody entered. Can I choose a winner? Why are we saying my name over and over again? Oh, did Pillow do the guide the raid? All right, Pillow, tell me where you want me tell me where you want me to send it. Tell me in Discord, Pillow, so I actually see it. All right, I see it, Pillow, no problem. All right, I'm gonna give you guys 3 more minutes, and then I'm gonna. All right, at 8:10. So 2 more minutes to enter.
Dying. Like.
All right, Pillow, we're gonna raid this person for you, so no problem. All right, here's how the giveaway is going to work. I'm going to pick a winner. And then the winner will have like a couple minutes to let me know they want the prize. I'll send them a message in Twitch with a link to the merch. Okay? Got it? Got it. Get it? Got it. Good. Winner is... Choose. I chose early. Foxy Grandpa! Foxy Grandpa! Foxy Grandpa won the prize. Foxy Grandpa. Foxy Grandpa, you won. Foxy Grandpa. Do you want the prize, Foxy Grandpa? Yes, Foxy Grandpa. Do you want that prize? I'm assuming you do because you said let's go. Foxy Grandpa, here's the link. In a whisper. Go do it. And let's go do our raid to this person Pillow said to raid. Thanks for watching today, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow, maybe? Probably. Oh yeah, because I'll be on with Ari tomorrow either way. Y'all be easy, y'all be breezy, y'all be beautiful, y'all be color girl. Bye.
Courtyards and shared cells. Detainees were forced to line up